This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 13:01. So it turns out that the Lord of the Iron Crown is so conscientious, doing things with his tail between his legs, working hard to complete his sentence. Is he just worried that he'll be trapped in reincarnation forever? Wuxia immediately understood the thoughts of the Lord of the Iron Crown. After all, in such a terrifying six-path universe, you can't go head-to-head and pretend to be a grandson. After all, the Lord of the Universe has an endless lifespan, and he can afford to wait for only 1 billion epochs. There is absolutely no need to go head-to-head with heaven, otherwise he will be the unlucky one. If he regains his freedom after his sentence is over, he will have the same vast sea and sky, and there will be no trouble. After all, the Lord of the Iron Crown does not want to end up in the same miserable situation as the Lord of Pingqiu. And now you know the horror of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Don't you think this is just a universe, but the power contained in it, and there are many forces. Even the peak title of the Lord of the Universe can only be a human being with his tail between his legs, let alone other people. No matter how careful you are, it is always correct. A group member said very seriously. He said that in the 6 paths of samsara, it is actually the right thing to do things with your tail between your legs and keep a low profile. After all, they have no idea how many big bosses are hidden in the 6 paths of samsara. So, what exactly are you doing now? Wuxia asked curiously. He didn't believe that these masters of the universe would be such obedient grandsons. The reason why they lived with their tails between their legs before was just because they didn't understand the 6 paths of reincarnation. If they wait until they fully understand the 6 paths of reincarnation, they will definitely, when things start to stir up trouble, they will never be willing to remain silent. After all, none of the masters of the universe who dare to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation are weaklings and will not be completely frightened by these things. Well, the main thing we have to do is to wait until our cultivation is completely restored. Don't take any action before that, otherwise it will definitely cause huge trouble. A group friend said very seriously. What? When he heard this, the corner of Wuxia's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know what to say. To be honest, he didn't expect that these bold masters of the universe would all start to behave badly now. But this is also there is nothing that can be done about it. What happened to the Lord of Iron Crown and Lord of Pingqiu is the best negative example. They are not so iron-headed and will be stubborn in everything they encounter. So before everything is clear, they think it's better to pretend to be grandsons. Don't think that we are as timid as mice. But in fact, the 6 paths universe is so vast that the human world alone is a place that we would be hard-pressed to explore in our entire lives. A group friend said solemnly. In addition, there are even more terrifying animal realms, and even the heavenly realm where gods gather, as well as the hell realm where the dead live, the evil ghost realm, the Shura realm, and so on. Which of these worlds is not extremely terrifying and contains endless secrets of the 6 paths? Even the secrets of the human world have not been fully explored. How can we dare to be arrogant? He said that it's not that he doesn't want to be arrogant. The problem is that only when you have strength can you be arrogant. If you don't have strength, you can only be a grandson. This world is also an extremely realistic world. Have you lived in the 6 paths of reincarnation for such a long time and still don't know much about the 6 paths of reincarnation? Wuxia couldn't help but ask. The 6 paths universe is really too big. You can't use an ordinary universe to measure it. You should use the origin continent to measure it. To be honest, you've been in the origin continent for so long. Do you dare to say that you completely understand the origin continent? A group friend asked back. Wuxia was simply speechless. To be honest, although he has lived in the origin continent for tens of millions of cosmic reincarnation years, he only understands part of the mysteries of the origin continent. There are still most of the mysteries that he cannot know. He didn't even have any qualifications to know. The 6 paths universe is a place comparable to the origin continent, so in such a short period of time, it is impossible to completely understand all the mysteries of the Six Paths universe. He suddenly understood one of the reasons why the Lord of the universe is so content with himself. Of course, although we are very diligent, we are not aimless. In order to obtain a large amount of intelligence, we have joined certain organizations. A group friend said. Oh, what organization did you join? Wuxia asked curiously. Some people join Heavenly Court and become a part of Heavenly Court, and they start from a low level and get promoted step by step with salary increases. A group friend said that some universe masters choose to join the Heavenly Court. After all, the Heavenly Court is the superpower that rules the entire six-path universe and can be regarded as a government. Therefore, if they choose to become civil servants in the government, they will naturally have a clearer understanding of the entire universe, the country's internal affairs, and even knowing countless secrets that others don't know. This is also the king's choice. Of course, joining the Heavenly Court is not that simple. You need to go through numerous selections and various inspections before you can join. Therefore, if you are unable to join the Heavenly Court, you will also choose to join other superpowers, such as the World Bank, which controls the six-way universe economy, the Universe Virtual Company of the Universe Virtual Network, as well as the Axe Arena, which controls the arena. Some even joined the Chaos Library and became employees of the Chaos Library. A group friend said solemnly. In fact, all the masters of the universe who have mixed into the six realms of reincarnation are human spirits. They are all geniuses with extremely high talents, standing above countless lives. If these human spirits, by covering it up and showing off your talents by the way, you can easily join these organizations. After all, these organizations are hungry for talents and cannot let go of a peerless genius. It can be said that many forces in the Six Paths universe have traces of the infiltration of these universe masters. Of course, they will not be able to enter the upper echelons of these forces in a short period of time and can only stay at the bottom temporarily. But for them, this is enough, and they have found a place to settle down so that they can restore their health with peace of mind, strength, waiting for opportunities. In addition, there are also some universe masters who have become the subordinates of the Sons of Chaos. Suddenly, a group friend said mysteriously, Sons of Anarchy? What's this? Wuxia couldn't help but ask. After all, he had just entered the Six Paths of Reincarnation, and he still didn't know what happened inside the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The so-called Sons of Chaos are the Sons of Destiny who are integrated with the Law of Chaos. They are the Sons of Destiny created by the Nine Masters. They are responsible for eating away at the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation and at the same time trying to overthrow the rule of heaven. According to Heavenly Court, everyone is a rebel and anti-king, and they are existences that need to be suppressed. A group friend explained, indicating that the Sons of Chaos belong to the 9 dominant camps. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1302. The Camp of the Nine Masters? Have you begun to come into contact with the power of the Lord? Wuxian's body trembled. Anything related to the Lord is no small matter. This is a taboo. Even if he is the Lord of the universe, he cannot touch it at will. Naturally, we started to come into contact. In fact, after entering the Six Paths of Reincarnation, we began to come into contact with the dominant forces. The Six Paths of Reincarnation at this moment belongs to the Warring States period. A group friend said solemnly, This era is extremely chaotic. Although the Heavenly Court is high above and controls all places in the Six Paths universe, rebels have appeared everywhere, and they are endlessly destroyed and killed. This is because the area of the Six Paths universe is so large that even if the power of heaven is invincible, there are still only a few places that can be effectively controlled. It is precisely because of this that those sons of chaos found opportunities to hide in places that were beyond the reach of heaven, began to establish their own power, and thrived. If they grow to a certain level, these sons of chaos will join forces, attack from all directions, and begin to defeat the entire heaven and replace it. His voice was resolute, as if it contained the atmosphere of war, such as fighting and fighting, ambushes from all sides, etc. Is this the plan of the masters? Creating these sons of chaos and creating endless chaos. You want to dismantle the rule of heaven and replace it? Hearing these words, Wuxia was a little confused. It's really strange. According to the tyranny of the masters, why do you need to do such troublesome things? Why do you need to play these conspiracies and tricks to directly attack with your true body and overwhelm all enemies? He felt that this was not in line with the style of the Nine Masters. According to the style of the Nine Masters, they would directly take action personally, push all enemies across the board, destroy all those who resisted, and sweep them into the dust of history. Although the Nine Masters, they are already the strongest people in the universe, but they are all extremely shameless guys. They don't care about bullying the smaller ones. Anyone who dares to threaten them will be killed personally. That's why many masters of the universe are so afraid of the master. Even if their power is invincible, they are still shameless. Therefore, these masters are already invincible and cannot be measured by reason. Do you think those masters are good things? If they could be pushed sideways, they would have been pushed sideways long ago. How can they do these conspiracies? It is precisely because they are unable to do this that they resort to these conspiracies. A group friend sneered. Oh, why can't the masters take action? Wuxia is very strange. Don't underestimate the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. This is the top monster in the world. So far, he is the only one who can challenge the Nine Masters. He is not that easy to deal with. A group member said solemnly. Although the Nine Masters have sneaked into the Six Paths of Reincarnation and tried to snatch the power of reincarnation, the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, as the owner of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, naturally has absolute control. Therefore, the moment the Masters entered reincarnation, they were immediately suppressed by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Their power was greatly suppressed by the origin of reincarnation, and they were unable to exert much power at all. Of course, the strength of both sides is in a balanced state at this moment, and the masters cannot exert much power. Naturally, the Lord of Six Paths of Samsara cannot free his hands, and they are evenly matched. If the Nine Masters wanted to disintegrate this situation, they would need to use external forces, so they created many Sons of Chaos and laid out a lot of chess pieces, hoping that these Sons of Chaos could disrupt the situation in the entire world. At this point, he paused and continued. If these Sons of Chaos overthrow the entire heaven and become the only protagonists between heaven and earth, they can seize most of the power of heaven and earth's destiny. At that time, the offensive and defensive momentum will be completely reversed, and the Nine Masters will be able to completely free their hands, show some of their power, and then beat the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation and others to death. He expressed his speculation about the Master's plan. So it seems that the key to the current situation is the rebels composed of the Sons of Chaos and the war in heaven. This war will determine the outcome between the Nine Lords and the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Wuxia understood immediately. So now you understand. Now is the time for the Masters of the Universe to take their positions. If you are optimistic that the Nine Masters will win, then go to the Sons of Chaos banner created by the Nine Masters. If you are optimistic about the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, then join Heavenly Court or one of the many indigenous forces. A group friend said. Oh, I don't know what you're thinking? Wuxia asked. To be honest, we can't see the future, so we have different ideas. A group friend said. Some Masters of the Universe support the Nine Masters. After all, the Nine Masters dominate the world and monopolize one era after another. Their accumulated experience is terrifying. So far, no one has been able to overthrow the Nine Masters. The rule of the Lord, They believe that the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is no exception. Moreover, the Nine Masters are numerous and powerful, and the power they control is even more terrifying and extremely strange. It is definitely not something that a young man like the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation can withstand. However, some people are optimistic about the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Another group member continued, "Some people think that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is a unique genius. No, it is not just a unique genius. It is simply a variable that has arisen in the gaps of the times. It is an existence that cannot even be grasped by fate. Such a variable is enough to change the flow of all destiny. After all, the other party was the Supreme Being who could create the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the most precious treasure in the universe, and force the Nine Masters to do it themselves. This was already an unimaginable miracle. Now he has been directly promoted to the realm of domination, possessing unimaginable original power. Although he is weak, he is the master of the six realms of reincarnation. He has the home field advantage and is not weaker than the Nine Masters. The most important thing is that even if you follow the Nine Masters now, you will not get much benefit. But if you follow the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, once the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation succeeds in taking power, then as the first batch of Lords of the Universe to surrender, then even if you obtain the power of Long, you don't know how many benefits you will get. Therefore, considering various factors, many Universe Masters weighed the pros and cons and decided to choose the camp of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation and go against the Nine Masters. It seems that we, the Masters of the Universe who have entered the Six Paths of Reincarnation, are also caught in differences, and we must choose a position. Under such a general trend, there can be no neutral position. Wuxia saw through the general trend in an instant. In the process of fighting for the Six Paths of Reincarnation, no matter the Nine Masters or the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, it is impossible for them to choose neutrality. If they are not friends, they must be enemies. Will be eliminated immediately. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1303. Okay, stop chatting. At this time, a group friend shouted, "The time is up, let's start the black game quickly." The few turtles we met last time actually sent private messages to provoke them. I must kill them this time.
What?
Those turtle grandsons are so arrogant and dare to send private messages to provoke them. They simply don't know how to live or die. Those bastards were even shouting that they had the guts to cross the network cable to beat them. They were so arrogant that they knew no bounds. It's so audacious. It was just a few of us who were careless last time. Otherwise, how could we have lost so miserably? That's right, you still dare to provoke me. Let these guys know how powerful they are later. In an instant, the group of friends were filled with indignation and excitement, just like a stone causing 1,000 waves. Even the topic that was dominated just now did not cause such a big wave. What happened? What happened? Does anyone dare to offend you? Who is so bold? What does it mean to be black? Wuxia was simply confused and had no idea what was going on. He felt that he had just not seen each other for a while, and these guys had already learned different terminology. He felt that he seemed to be a little out of touch with the masses. The so-called black game is actually playing games. We recently played a game of King of Hegemony, and we are already addicted. There are a few little bastards who keep provoking us online. I will teach them a lesson later. A group friend said through gritted teeth. Games? Wuxia looked confused. He had no idea what his fellow Taoists were talking about. They were all old antiques who had lived for countless universes and reincarnations. It was really unbelievable that they were still addicted to games. He understood it carefully. After a while, I finally understood what the so-called game is. It turns out that this is an online battle-type game. You control each character to fight, because this kind of game purely depends on operational awareness and tactics and does not rely on your own strength. So, no matter what level of cultivation players are, they can have a fair battle in this game. This game has attracted countless players to join. In this game, real battles can be simulated, but the weak can defeat the strong, and mortals can also defeat the universe.
Lord.
Because of this game is simply popular in the Six Paths universe. Many mortals, immortals, and even gods are a little addicted. They form teams to play black and go to war with other people every day. After all, the masters of the universe have invincible power. After that, there were very few battles. Once they fought, life and death would be the difference. They would not engage in life and death battles unless necessary. For a long time, they had forgotten the thrilling feeling of fighting. But the emergence of this game made them recall the excitement of fighting bloody battles and struggling for survival when I was young, when my cultivation was still extremely weak. Therefore, many masters of the universe have become addicted to this game, forming groups to play black games every day. To be honest, I have to admire the wonderful ideas of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. He simply opened up an era. A title like the Lord of the Universe couldn't help but sigh. He created a cosmic virtual network in the Six-Path universe, making this network cover every corner of the Six-Path universe. Anyone can log into this network, which also makes countless Six-Path universes. All living beings are closely connected to each other, as if they are just around the corner. To be honest, without the cosmic virtual network, in the vast area of the Six Paths universe alone, countless lives would not be able to be connected to each other, nor would they be able to recognize each other. It can be said that the cosmic virtual network has completely changed the era of the Six Paths universe, which has greatly improved the cultivation of all living beings in the Six Paths, and at the same time greatly enhanced the foundation of the Six Paths universe. He admires the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation very much. He is worthy of being the supreme being who created the Six Paths of Reincarnation. A connection that feels like we are so far apart? Wouldn't this be a lot like the cross-universe chat groups we use now? Wuxian's heart moved, and he seemed to have noticed something. It seems that you have finally begun to notice. In fact, this is the speculation of many universe masters. Perhaps this cross-universe chat group was created by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. A title Lord of the Universe said categorically. In fact, this is not just his speculation. Many title lords of the universe actually have the same idea because it makes no sense that the universe virtual network is so similar to a cross-universe chat group. It seems to be a peerless treasure from the same source. If the universe virtual network was created by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, then the cross-universe chat group is also very likely to be created by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Both are products of one person. But it is said that cross-universe chat groups have been around for a long time, scattered in every corner of the universe sea, and picked up by countless powerful people. Because they are so easy to use and have no special backdoors, they have become popular in the universe sea. We, the masters of the universe, have to start using it. Wuxian was surprised. He had obviously thought of this fact. Although many universe masters question the risks of cross-universe chat groups, after all, how could such a powerful treasure be used by countless beings for free? This world does not have what is a free lunch. Free things are often the most expensive. Therefore, many universe masters always have concerns about cross-universe chat groups. But even so, there is no way to stop the trend of cross-universe chat groups taking over the universe sea. Even if you use it, other beings will also use it. After all, being able to reach another person across countless light years is so powerful that no one can refuse this top technology. This is simply a crushing victory across the ages. Will not be transferred at all according to their will. Because of this, after weighing the pros and cons, they also began to use cross-universe chat groups. Of course, this is only limited to sending ordinary messages. If it is a truly important message, they will still send it privately. What you say will not be leaked online. Yes, This proves that the far-reaching layout of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation definitely did not happen overnight. I am afraid that he has made many calculations in order to calculate today. It is like a big net that connects the strong men of the entire universe. They are all shrouded in his general trend. He is really a terrifying figure. A man named the Lord of the Universe admired Furukawa, the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, so much that they fell into each other's scheme without even realizing it. And they couldn't refuse such a scheme and even entered into it willingly. It was like it created the general trend of an era and forced them to enter this game. This is a conspiracy that people cannot refuse at all. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Fa Wuxian's eyes revealed a look of horror, and he looked up even higher at the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1304. But what is the purpose of the cross-universe chat group? Is the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation really so kind to give such a treasure to us for free? Fa Wuxian couldn't help but ask. He still didn't understand what the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation planned. To be honest, we didn't quite understand the purpose of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation at first, but an old antique saw through the plan of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. A man named Lord of the Universe said in a deep voice, "What's the plan?" Hearing this, Fa Wuxian's spirit was shaken. He felt that he could see through the fog of history and what the terrifying Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation was planning. I'm afraid it's for the void coordinates of the major universes. The title Lord of the Universe said, "It is said that the place where the cross-universe chat group first appeared was not on the origin continent. It is estimated that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation did not intend to put the cross-universe chat group on the origin continent from the beginning, but instead placed the cross-universe chat group on the origin continent. The universe chat group is placed in the major universes of the universe. The natives of those universes don't know what this is, so they will naturally be bound to the cross-universe chat group so that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation can know the void coordinates of these universes. To know how big and boundless the cosmic sea is, it is extremely difficult to determine the coordinates of these universes. Therefore, using this method and using the bodies of these cosmic natives as signal sources, we can know the coordinates of each universe. Specific location. But what's the use of knowing the void coordinates of these universes? Wuxian asked. It is naturally of no use to ordinary masters of the universe. After all, it is too difficult to break through the barriers of the universe, and it is not something that ordinary masters of the universe can do. The title Lord of the Universe smiled slightly. Although the title Master of the Universe can break through the barriers of the ordinary universe, it takes a lot of time and does not gain much benefit. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive. There are very few titles for this kind of thing. If the Lord of the Universe does it, if it is a supreme universe or a chaotic universe, even if it is called the Lord of the Universe, it will be difficult to break it. This will be even more costly than the gain. Therefore, not many Lords of the Universe will foolishly look for the void coordinates of various universes. But the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is different. The Six Paths of Reincarnation that he personally created has the special ability to devour all major universes. The more universes it swallows, the faster it will accelerate the growth of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Therefore, knowing the void coordinates of each major universe is of great significance to the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, so a cross-universe chat group was created to locate the void coordinates of other universes. So, from the very beginning, the target of the Lord of Six Paths of Samsara was not the Lord of our universe, but the universe of the universe. Fa Wuxian understood immediately. You are right, we got the cross-universe chat group just by chance. It was not the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation who deliberately leaked the cross-universe chat group to us. The title Lord of the Universe laughed. To be honest, the biggest disadvantage of being bound to a cross-universe chat group is that it will expose your whereabouts and let the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation know your coordinates. The problem is that for the top boss who has reached this level, besides the master, who else does he pay attention to? The leakage of our whereabouts is actually an irrelevant matter. And there is nothing about us that can be favored by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. To a certain extent, we are taking advantage of each other's convenience, and it is free of charge. He said that the behavior of these people might have taken advantage of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. In this way, it seems that our use of cross-universe chat groups is not very risky. Wuxia couldn't help but nodded. Of course, there are still risks. If the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation wants to harm us, we will also be in a lot of trouble. However, we just have to weigh the pros and cons of this risk. If you feel that the risk is too great, you don't want to place your own safety on it. In fact, it doesn't need to be used on other people. The one who is called the Lord of the Universe. Indeed, it is at your own risk.
Wuxia nodded.
Okay, I won't say any more to you. I'm going to open the game first. My teammates have been waiting for a long time. We'll chat next time when we have a chance. The man named Lord of the Universe immediately went offline. After a while, Wuxia chatted with many group members for a while, and then he quit the chat group. The other group members logged into the game and prepared to start playing black games. However, because of this small talk, Wuxia also fully understood the horror of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. This is simply a dragon pit and a tiger's den. On the surface, the level of power does not seem to be very high. After all, most of the people who stay in the Six Paths universe are just mortals, and only a small number of beings have reached the realm of saints. The number of universe masters is not as large as that of the origin continent. Although it seems that the Six Paths universe at this moment can be compared to the origin continent, it is only comparable to the environment. If you want to develop to the level of the origin continent, you don't know how much time it will take to reincarnate the universe. So from a basic point of view, the Six Paths universe is naturally far inferior to the origin continent. But even so, even the master of the universe with the title of Peak cannot run wild in the Six Paths universe casually. If anyone dares to kill in the Six Paths universe, I am afraid that he will die immediately. Because this is the battlefield of the overlords, and the power of the overlords is everywhere. The Lord of the Universe is just a slightly bigger cannon fodder in front of the overlords. Under such a dragon's pond and tiger's den, if any of the masters of the universe does not know how to praise and blocks the plans and paths of the masters, then there is only a dead end. In addition to the 9 masters, the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is also the master, responsible for maintaining the security and rules of the entire Six Paths universe. Even the title of Lord of the Universe must abide by such rules. The previous experiences of those who were titled Lords of the Universe serve as a warning. Whoever can be promoted to the realm of being titled Lord of the Universe is not a human spirit and will not be so stubborn casually. No matter what they do, they will weigh the pros and cons, think twice, and will not act rashly. It seems that you still need to keep a low profile for a period of time and let your cultivation slowly recover. You can't be too high profile. Wuxia touched his chin and decided to lurk for the time being and slowly restore his cultivation level, which is called the Lord of the Universe. The cultivation level in the true immortal realm is still too low now, and he might be easily thrown into reincarnation. But since I want to gain opportunities in the Six Paths of Reincarnation, I need to choose a camp. It seems that I should choose the camp of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Wuxia made a decision. He felt that the unparalleled monster who could create the cosmic virtual network, cross-universe chat groups, 6 reincarnations and other treasures contained talents that had never been seen in eternity. Even if the 9 masters join forces, he may not be able to defeat the opponent. So he decided to put his treasure on the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1305. At this moment, the world in the Six Paths universe. Unlike the world in the Six Paths universe, which was in the Warring States period, where rebellions and rebels were everywhere, the world in this world was still extremely calm. Nothing happened, and everything was prosperous. Everything is under the control of heaven, and there is no way for any storm to stir up the situation. At this time, the gods in heaven also gathered together, because the battle for gods among the Six Paths was about to begin.
Wow.
Gods appeared one after another in the palace of heaven. They stood in various places. Each of the gods exuded an earth-shattering aura. They all stepped into the realm of the Lord of the Universe. At least they were all high-level lords of the universe. And top heavenly gods such as Lingbao Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Zhuanti Taoist, Jingyin Taoist, Jinyuanzi, Niwa, Fuxi, etc., have all stepped into the realm of the title of Lord of the Universe, and have reached the top of the universe C, the level of the strong. Generally speaking, their progress will not be so fast. Even if they are extremely talented, who can become the master of the universe is not extremely talented. But they relied on the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, and were themselves the Six Paths of Righteous Gods. Therefore, in the process of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's continuous evolution, they also obtained unimaginable benefits from it. Even a strand of original energy separated from the Six Paths of Reincarnation is enough to elevate them to an unimaginable level. Therefore, in a very short period of time, they made breakthroughs all the way from the realm of elementary Lord of the Universe to the realm of the title of Lord of the Universe, enough to compete with those veteran strong men. At the same time, they are still the righteous gods of the Six Paths and hold part of the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. This also greatly improves their combat effectiveness, surpassing those of the same level. It is because of this that they are not afraid of the so-called Lords of the Universe who have sneaked into the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Even if these so-called Lords of the Universe want to cause trouble, they will be easily suppressed. As expected of the Lord of the City, he is so powerful. With a single spell, he split the entire Six Paths universe into two, dividing it into the inner world and the outer world. Even the masters were deceived. I am afraid that the 9 masters and others now think that they are staying in the real 6 realms of reincarnation. You don't know that you are in a false world. A chaos demon god was filled with admiration. He felt that this magic technique was simply miraculous and beyond imagination. If he were not in the Six Paths of Reincarnation camp and knew about the Chaos City Lord's plan, he would not have known about the entire world. Second, I guess he was still stupidly staying in the false world at that time. The other Chaos demon gods couldn't help but nod in agreement. From the beginning of Chaos to today, everything the Chaos City Lord does is opening up the era and leading the era, causing huge waves in the era. At first, it only affected the Chaos universe, but now, every move of the Chaos City Lord can affect the future of the entire cosmic sea, affecting countless universes. To be honest, they did not expect the Six Paths universe at all. It can develop to the point where it is today, and even the strongest people in the universe, like the 9 masters, are forced into the situation set up by the Lord of Chaos City. This fact is unbelievable, and I have never dreamed of it. Indeed, to be honest, I have also quietly traveled to the outside world. It is exactly the same as the inner world. I can even see a clone that is exactly the same as myself. If I hadn't known about it in advance, I would have thought it was my clone. Another chaos demon god sighed with emotion. It also went to the outer world to explore some information. After entering the outer world, it discovered that the inner world and the outer world were exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell any difference. But if you think about it carefully, this is natural. If it can tell the difference between things, then how can it deceive the perception of the 9 masters? In addition to the fact that the world is exactly the same, it found that all the lives in the world are also exactly the same. Whether it is proficient in magical powers or personality, they are all almost the same. It's like there is an extra parallel world, which is incredible. Just the fact that the lives are exactly the same is incredible. After all, it is very difficult to create exactly the same environment, but it is not impossible. But if you want to create exactly the same life, whether it is personality, strength, or soul, it is more difficult than a mortal reaching the sky. This is simply a miracle. What is a miracle? That is to do things that are contrary to common sense and beyond ordinary people's understanding. Only when something happens can it be called a miracle. This art of dividing two realms is one such miraculous art. But fortunately, the Lord of the City used the surface world to trap the 9 masters, and there are many masters of the universe who secretly sneaked into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, we don't know how much trouble they would cause in the 6 paths universe. Maybe they would be everywhere. The backup plan left behind may be in trouble by then. A chaos demon god said in a deep voice. After so many years of confrontation and research, they naturally know how terrifying the methods of the 9 masters are. The other party is indeed the strongest man in the universe who has suppressed countless eras. It is impossible to overthrow it. Just anyone. I don't know how many universe masters can be suppressed by their methods, and they are no match for them. If it weren't for the support of the Chaos City Lord behind them, they would have been killed by the 9 masters long ago. How could they have been able to fight against each other to this point? Is not that right? What terrifying beings the 9 masters are. They have ruled the origin continent for countless cosmic reincarnations and suppressed countless geniuses. How can they be so easy to deal with? If it were a head-on confrontation, we would probably fail in one confrontation, and it would be impossible to compete for too long. After all, the time for our development is still too short, less than 1 universe reincarnation. Yes, it is the outer world that traps these people, so we can watch the tiger fight from a distance. No matter what happens in the outer world, it cannot affect our inner world. A chaos demon god smiled slightly. It felt that the power of the 6 paths of samsara was invincible. No matter how powerful the 9 masters were, they could not compete with the supreme magic of the Chaos City Lord. So they are very calm and relaxed now. I won't worry too much about the spoils of the war. The Lord's spells and plans are indeed earth-shattering and beyond imagination. Even the Lord is kept in the dark, but this is a great opportunity for our heavenly court and cannot be missed. Another chaos demon god's eyes showed a glint. Although we do have a big advantage, this advantage is not very obvious yet. Now we must start the 6 Paths God contest as soon as possible and obtain the 6 Paths Godship so that we can completely control the entire 6 Paths reincarnation so that no force can shake us. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1306. However, this time the 6 Paths contest for gods is completely different from before. First of all, the number of 6 Paths gods has greatly increased from 365 to 129,600, which is consistent with the number of 1 yuan. A chaos demon god's eyes showed a glimmer of light. In fact, this is a matter of course. After the 6 Paths of reincarnation has evolved over and over again, it has become much stronger than before. It is not comparable to the previous 6 Paths of reincarnation. The previous 6 Paths of reincarnation was weak and could only give birth to 365 gods. It's just a bit, but now it can give birth to 129,600 god bits. Yes, in fact, the 6 Path universe is so big that compared to the previous one, the previous 6 Path universe was just a particle. It would be extremely difficult for heaven to manage it. If so many 6 Path gods were not born, I'm afraid they won't be able to effectively manage the 6 Paths universe.
Many gods are talking about it.
They all think that the increase in the number of gods in the 6 Paths is normal. The area governed by a god in the 6 Paths was already boundless before. However, after the 6 Paths of reincarnation evolved countless times, I am afraid that the area governed by a god in the six paths is boundless. The area is enough to compare with the area of dozens of chaotic universes. Therefore, the mere number of 365 six-path gods is completely unable to completely govern the entire six-path cycle. The number of gods must be increased to effectively manage it. 129,600 gods. It seems that the competition will not be very fierce this time. A god smiled slightly. Because there were only 366 path gods at the beginning, 5 of which could not be obtained by ordinary gods. If they were divided into 6 realms, each world could only get 60. But the sixth path, no one knows how many gods and powerful men have been born in the universe. So many top powerhouses are competing for the 366 path gods. You can imagine how intense it is. Even if the last six-path god battle has passed, it took a long time, but they still felt that it was still vivid in their minds, as if it happened yesterday. Wouldn't it be intense? Hearing this, another god suddenly laughed. On the surface, it seems that there are many times more gods than before. It seems that the competition is much smaller, but is this really the case? He looked at the gods with strange eyes. What do you mean? A god was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the god who just spoke. Don't you understand now? Although the number of gods has increased a lot, the area of the six paths universe has expanded many times over so long, and the population has increased many times. A chaos demon god sneered. These populations come from countless universes, and there are countless existences with evil talents. Even if one universe gives birth to a genius, the number stacked up is extremely terrifying. Even though we are natives of the six paths universe and have strong cultivation, how can those monsters be so important? Maybe they will take advantage of the situation and completely overthrow us and replace us.
What?
As soon as these words came out, it was simply shocking. Many gods in heaven could not help but look serious. In fact, they were not idiots, so they naturally thought of this. Although they did have a big advantage, as the natives of the Six Paths universe have unique advantages, and they have also received the dividends of the times, far surpassing the natives of other universes. The problem is that sometimes those top monsters are unreasonable. They are like children of destiny, blessed by God. Breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking, and can even challenge levels. Even if they are chaos demon gods high up in the sky, there is no guarantee that there will not be those top monsters who are eyeing them. If they are careless for a moment, they may be overthrown directly. No way do you think too highly of them? Can those young people really overthrow us chaos demon gods? Some chaos demon gods feel a little disbelieving. It feels that the power it has now is unparalleled and cannot be compared with those of the younger generations. It cannot imagine that any young people can overthrow it. Haha, nothing is impossible. No one can always be high. No one can be immortal, not even us chaos demon gods. A god sneered. Even the strongest person in the universe, like the Nine Lords, has monopolized era after era and suppressed countless geniuses and forces. Now, there is a possibility that he will be overthrown by the Lord of the City. What's more, we are just ordinary chaos demon gods. Although our qualifications are good, we are not top-notch, so there is nothing impossible. Moreover, the times are moving forward. Unless the era is broken, one generation will definitely be stronger than the other. It is impossible for ancient times to be stronger than modern times. There is no such reason in the world. Let the blood train on its own. Is this a lunatic's idea or something? He didn't even think about it. After all, blood is a dead thing, so how can it be possible to practice automatically? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1309. It is possible to let the bloodline practice on its own, because every bloodline has spirituality. They are not dead things, but living things, and what we have to do is to awaken the spirituality in these bloodlineages. Li Wanlong's eyes flashed. In fact, since he was born, he felt that he was incompatible with other people. He felt that everyone else was an alien, and he was the only normal person. Therefore, he was withdrawn and only liked to be alone. In the lonely days, he learned to talk to himself. Even in the darkness, he began to slowly realize the spirituality of the blood in his body. He discovered that the blood in his body was intelligent and alive. In fact, Li Wanlong he has a unique talent, which is to enlighten the bloodline and make the bloodline have wisdom. Therefore, after he enlightened the bloodline, he immediately found that the bloodline in his body began to evolve on its own, and he did not need to do his own cultivation at all. Supervision. Li Wanlong's cultivation talent and understanding are only at the level of ordinary people, not comparable to other geniuses at all, but now it has become completely different. He does not need to practice by himself at all. It is all left to his own body. It is completely enough to practice with your bloodline. To be honest, nothing in the world is more familiar with you than your bloodline itself. Therefore, the skills derived from the bloodline itself are completely consistent with the bloodline itself and are simply not comparable to other cultivation methods. As you can imagine, Li Wanlong's body seemed to have an extra bloodline plug-in. Even when he was walking, fighting, chatting, or sleeping, the bloodline in his body was being cultivated all the time, and the progress was rapid. The bloodline on his body is only the most common bloodline in the world. Not to mention the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God. Even the bloodline of ordinary monsters cannot compare with it. However, as the bloodline evolves and transforms again and again, it can compare with the best bloodline in the world, and even reach a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Later, Li Wanlong discovered that it was a pity that he only had one bloodline in his body, so he searched everywhere for bloodline and found a total of 120,000. 9,600 types. And these bloodlines are not top bloodlines, they are just ordinary bloodlines, basic bloodlines. But under the enlightenment of Li Wanlong, these bloodlines have awakened wisdom and spirituality, and they have begun to independent evolution, independent cultivation. This is equivalent to 129,600 top bloodline geniuses practicing in his own body at the same time, and the time is not in any order, and the same progress is rapid. So even if Li Wanlong's talents is not very high, but with the self-cultivation and self-evolution of the blood in his body, he is as if he has found 129,600 cheats, climbed to the top step by step. Now he has been promoted to the realm of the Lord of the Universe. The 129,600 bloodlines in his body have transformed to the perfect state and condensed into the great bloodline. Let the blood have spirituality and wisdom? Hearing this, his younger brother Li Yuanba took a deep breath. To be honest, this is not the first time he has heard his brother say such a thing, but every time he hears it, he is still extremely shocked. He has been promoted to this level, all relying on the large amount of resources provided by his brother. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to step into the current realm just by relying on his qualifications. Therefore, he has survived to this day, and he is well informed, but he has never heard of any existence that can enlighten the blood in your body, so that the blood in your body has wisdom and can even cultivate itself. This is simply a miraculous talent in the universe, an unimaginable talent. I am afraid that it is only possible with this monster-level talent, can compete with those ancient chaos demon gods, thus completely overthrowing these chaos demon gods and replacing them. When the 129,600 bloodline talents in my body reached perfection, I found that these bloodlines actually began to merge with each other, just like the laws of the Great Road merged with each other, and then the automatic combination turned into a huge universe in my body, and this universe is the bloodline universe. Li Wanlong clenched his fists. Every life born in this bloodline universe in my body is a bloodline life. Even the entire universe has its own spiritual intelligence and birthed its own wisdom, so I can logically promote to the realm of the Lord of the Universe and transcend the realm of saints. This, my younger brother, Li Yuanba, was shocked. Before, it was blood that gave birth to spiritual wisdom, but now, even the universe in his body has begun to give birth to spiritual wisdom. You know how big the cosmic sea is, giving birth to countless creatures. There is no universe at all, but most of the universes do not have any wisdom. They are all existences like the Great Tao, and it is impossible for wisdom to be born. If you want wisdom to be born in the universe, you must originally be life, and then cultivate to the level of the universe, the realm of the Lord, and finally seize the universe, so that life can be born in the universe. But now, his brother Li Wanlong has done an unimaginable miracle. He first let the blood in his body and the laws of the great law in his body. Wisdom is born, spirituality is born. Then these laws of the avenue are combined and integrated, and a complete universe will naturally be formed. These intelligent avenues are condensed into an intelligent universe. The results can be imagined, however. Even if he has been promoted to the realm of the Lord of the Universe, his brother Li Wanlong still has an unimaginable cheat, allowing the universe to practice and evolve on its own. No one knows himself better than the universe itself, not even those who seize the body. Without the Lord of the Universe, they cannot understand the universe itself better. Therefore, letting the universe evolve on its own is the most correct choice and the most correct method of cultivation. Because of this, even if Li Wanlong was born very soon short, but the speed of his cultivation progress is unimaginable. In a short period of time, he has surpassed those chaos demon gods who have practiced for unknown ages. And it is not just as simple as the rapid progress. The blood in his body, and the universe has also evolved its own fighting methods and spells. Therefore, even with fighting talent, Li Wanlong is unimaginably powerful. To a certain extent, Li Wanlong is just a shell. Those bloodlines only use his body to fight, thus able to exert unimaginable fighting power. Brother, if it were you, you might actually be able to overthrow those ancient chaos demon gods and seize the throne of the Six Paths God. Thinking of this, his younger brother Li Yuanba couldn't help but say, who said that the Chaos Demon God would always be at the top. And Li Wanlong was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and his body seemed to exude an indescribable breath of blood, which seemed to cause the gentle trembling and buzzing of the great law. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1310. At this time, in another place in the Six Paths universe, there was a martial arts sect called Jinwu sect. And its sect leader is Wu Patian, an unimaginably tyrannical martial arts master. His martial arts realm has been impressively elevated to the level of the Lord of the Universe. The entire sect has over 100 million disciples, and each of them is a top expert in martial arts. At this moment, many elders of Jinwu sect also gathered together. Lord Sect Master, do you really want to participate in this Six Paths contest for gods? An elder couldn't help but ask. Naturally, I have to participate. This time, the Six Paths God Contest is a rare opportunity. If you miss this time, there will be no next time. I, Jinwu Sect, must win a Six Paths God so that we can promote our martial arts concepts to the entire Six Paths. The universe has left a strong mark in the history of the Six Paths universe. Wu Patian stood with his hands behind his hands. He was filled with the aura of a master. He seemed to be naturally integrated with the world. Every move contained an inexplicable martial arts rhythm. The other elders of the Jinwu sect were silent. They knew that although the Six Paths universe there are many secret methods, but in the end, the method of cultivating immortals is the most respected and kingly way. Most of the practitioners are cultivating immortals in order to seek immortality. As for the method of martial arts cultivation, although it is also prosperous, it is still not as good as the immortal way. In fact, there is a reason, because if martial arts wants to reach a very high level, it requires extremely strong martial arts talents, and the talents required are even higher than those for cultivating immortals. At the same time, practicing martial arts also requires a lot of resources, and the resources spent are also higher than those for cultivating immortals. There are more, and at the same time, the combat effectiveness is still weaker than those who practice immortal magic. Over time, most of the practitioners have chosen the immortal way, and only a small number have chosen to practice martial arts. So if Wu Patian, the leader of the Jinwu sect, can become the Six Paths righteous god, if he is in charge of a divine position, then the benefits to the entire Jinwu sect and the entire martial arts world are naturally self-evident. But Lord Sect Leader, this time our opponents are those ancient chaos demon gods, and they are not easy to mess with. An elder said worriedly. After all, this time the Six Paths fight for the gods. They are either dead or injured. This is not just playing tricks. This is to seek the Tao and obtain resources. All kinds of evildoers appear in large numbers, and no one will show mercy. If it is the true master of the martial sect, if Wu Patian falls, it will be an unimaginable loss for Jinwu sect. Without a martial arts giant to take charge, Jinwu sect may soon decline. Don't worry, I won't lose. Don't you have confidence in martial arts? Wu Patian smiled slightly. Many elders were silent. Of course they were extremely confident in martial arts. They were all great martial arts masters, but their opponents were the chaos demon gods. No one could be confident. The reason why martial arts is weaker than immortality is because martial arts cultivate one's own body, but immortality not only cultivates one's body, but can also use foreign objects and various magic weapons to double one's combat power. Even with the help of magic weapons and other artifacts, these immortal cultivators can carry out long-range attacks, but we warriors can only fight in close combat, which puts us at an absolute disadvantage.
Wu
Patian stood with his hands behind his back. So, in the early stage, martial arts practitioners like us were basically suppressed and beaten by the immortal practitioners, and we almost didn't have the strength to fight back. But it is completely different when warriors are promoted to the true immortal realm. At this time, we warriors will temper every part of our bodies to be as powerful as ordinary magic weapons, and we can easily carry out long-range attacks. In this way, the cultivators will be more powerful to us. The warrior's suppression has been greatly weakened. But this is not enough, because the magic weapon on the immortal cultivator has a great effect on their amplification. It is not as simple as 1-on-1, but even 1-on-2 or 1-on-10. This also gives warriors like us a huge advantage. Disadvantages. In order to make up for the various shortcomings of warriors, I created a peerless martial art, Quantum War Body. With this unique martial arts, I have the confidence to fight even the Chaos Demon God. Quantum Combat Body. After hearing this, many elders of the Jinwu sect were shocked. This is also the strongest secret skill of the Jinwu sect. There are only a few people who can master this peerless martial arts. But once mastered, they will have earth-shattering combat skills. Force. If before the immortal realm, mortals practiced macroscopic traditional mechanics, sticking to one move after another, internal skills and mental methods, then after warriors reached the immortal realm, they began to practice microscopic quantum mechanics. It can be said that immortals learn and apply the laws of heaven and earth. As for us warriors, we control the laws of heaven and earth and integrate them into our own bodies, turning them into our own flesh and blood, meridians, bones, and even cells. Wu Patian talked eloquently and described his martial arts philosophy. He was like a physicist with an extremely profound insight into the nature of heaven and earth. To be honest, he was a martial arts genius rarely seen in ancient times since he was born. Not many people the kind that came out of nowhere, but a martial arts genius who was born after countless epochs. He was born with wisdom when he was just born, and he has unimaginable understanding. He can understand any martial arts at a glance, understand it as soon as he learns it, and can even draw inferences about other cases from one instance. Innovate and create his own unique martial arts. At just 8 years old, he has already defeated invincible opponents in 1,000,000 miles around. Even the teacher who taught him is no longer his opponent and was defeated by him with one move. When he was 12 years old, he had already begun to create his own unique martial arts, Wuji 9 Yang Magic, Chaos 9 Manual, Great Shift of the Universe, Biming Magic, etc. It can be said that many martial arts magic skills in the world he created it when he was 12 years old. At this time, He had already entered the true fairyland and was invincible across the human world. When he was 18 years old, even an earthly fairy in front of him would be destroyed by his punch. Enter after the world of heaven. Wuxian came into contact with countless powerful monsters and met countless immortals, which also gave him great inspiration and a thorough understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of martial arts. All martial arts can be explained by science. Wuxian stood with his hands behind his back. For example, the Wuji 9 Sun divine art that I created before is to use the molecular clutch in the body to perform nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, thereby condensing 9 suns in the body and tempering the 9 sun divine body. In this way, every move seems to contain the power of the sun. With one punch, hundreds of millions of megaton nuclear bombs will explode, destroying all areas in all directions. Hearing this, many elders of the Jinwu sect were in admiration. The previous martial arts secrets were extremely mysterious and could only be understood and indescribable. It can be said that most of the warriors knew it but did not know why. Everyone is in the dark. Although they can use it, they don't know the principles. But it's different now. Under Wu potions in depth and simple explanations, every martial arts has traces to follow. It follows the principles of heaven and earth, just like physics, and can be explained clearly in a simple and profound way. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1311. To be honest, it is extremely important for martial arts to be able to use science to explain this clearly. If it can be explained clearly, then as long as the IQ is enough, it can be understood, then this martial arts will not be lost, and it can even create a steady stream of powerful warriors. It can be said that the emergence of Wu Potion's martial arts theory has had a revolutionary impact on the martial arts world. This is also called quantum martial arts. The previous martial arts were all called classic martial arts. One is martial arts based on microscopic concepts, and the other is martial arts based on macroscopic concepts. Because of this, the disciples who enter Jinwu sect are not only muscle maniacs, but also top physicists and chemists with extremely deep understanding of science. At the same time, because Wuxian created various god-level martial arts, the disciples of the Jinwu sect had the means to compete with the Immortals, thus becoming a feared martial arts sect in the Six Paths universe. Everyone knows that there is such a sect in the Six Paths universe. They do not cultivate their souls. He practices magic and only practices his own body, but he becomes a martial arts expert who is more powerful than the Witch Clan. You should know what quantum is. In fact, the so-called quantum is the smallest particle in the universe. There are no particles smaller than quantum in the world. Wuxian stood with his hands behind his hands. All matter in the world is composed of quantum, even the laws of the Great Road. We can even call quantum chaos. But quantum has a unique characteristic, that is quantum entanglement, just like yin and yang, entangled with each other, ignoring void and time. Therefore, by mastering the quantum laws, we warriors can master all the great laws of the world. This is the true secret of quantum martial arts, and it is also the key to our generation of warriors being able to defeat immortal cultivators. After hearing these words, many Jinwu sect elders were amazed. Even if it was not the first time they heard the concept of quantum martial arts, every time they heard it, they felt that it was simply an epic-making martial arts. It can be said that before the emergence of quantum martial arts, warriors were just a useless profession. They could not climb to the pinnacle of the avenue. After reaching a certain level, they could no longer progress. They also believed to a certain extent that martial arts had limits. It is simply not comparable to the immortal way. But after Wuxian appeared, he broke the imagination of all warriors and forcibly opened up a path, allowing all warriors to see the hope of martial arts. I wonder what realm the lord of the sect has reached. An elder couldn't help but ask. The other elders also looked at Wu Patian curiously, because Wu Patian had been in seclusion for a long time, and now he has finally come out. I am afraid that his cultivation has already reached an earth-shattering level, reaching a state they could not imagine. Nature is the realm of the Lord of the Universe, but unlike immortal cultivators, they create their own internal universe, while I allow my entire body to transform into the universe, into the quantum universe. Wu Patian stood with his hands behind his back. Rumble. In an instant, his entire body underwent earth-shaking changes. It seemed that every cell in his body had turned into quantum, and his whole person had turned into the quantum universe. He has merged into the chaotic void at this moment, as if he himself is chaos. Oh my God! Many elders couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. They could sense the terror of the Lord's quantum battle body. When the Lord transformed into countless quantum bodies, he simply transformed into chaos. After reaching the state, he was simply invincible. In this land, any magic power or attack power is difficult to harm Wu Patian, who is in the quantum state. It can be said that even if many magic powers attack at the same time, Wu Patian can deploy countless layers of defense to neutralize these attacks. Weak to the extreme, even weakened to the point of nothingness. This is the terrifying phenomenon of the quantum battle body gathering and dispersing, becoming invisible and incorporeal. Even in the face of the full attack of the Chaos Demon God, I am afraid that with the defense capabilities of the quantum battle body, it weakens the attack of the Chaos Demon God to the extreme. Moreover, the terror of the quantum battle body is not only that, its speed is also incredibly fast, which is many times faster than the speed of light. I am afraid that in an instant, Wu Patian can cross distances of countless light years, with magical speeds that are as close as the end of the world. It can be said that if Wu Patian wants to escape, there are not many beings in the world who can catch up with him. Even the quantum battle body can't catch up with him. Not only can it defend, but it can also attack the enemy. Blasting it with punches and kicks is like facing the attack of the quantum universe. With just one punch, it can explode a universe and erupt into unimaginable explosions. Quantum power. This is the quantum battle body, the quantum universe. You can also call it the chaotic battle body, the chaotic universe, because quantum is chaos and the infinite yin and yang. Wu Patian stood with his hands behind his back. He suddenly took action and punched out. But this punch seemed to have no power or power. It was silent, just like a simple punch.
Boom.
But that's it. With a light punch, an unimaginable punch force burst out in vain, as if the power of countless quantum particles exploded at the same time. Each quantum particle is a punch force, and this punch blasted. It is the superposition of countless quantum particles, just like the superposition of countless fist powers. I am afraid that the superposition of such fist powers has already exceeded billions of trillions of ways, and I don't know how terrifying it is. Suddenly there was chaos. The void seemed to be exploded, and a clearly visible hole appeared. It seemed that no one knew where it was connected to, forming a black hole. When many elders of the Jinwu sect saw this scene, their hairs stood up. This was the martial arts sect. With Potion's current strength, he could easily kill countless Hongmeng saints with one punch. Even the junior universe masters would be severely injured by this punch. If it were the punch in front of them, it would probably be they had been beaten to ashes long ago and ceased to exist. Every one of them was filled with tears of gratitude and extremely excited because they finally saw the true meaning of martial arts. The ultimate power of martial arts was as terrifying as the immortal way. I don't know how terrifying those chaos demon gods and the six paths gods are, and how far they can fight with my quantum battle body. Wu Patian clenched his fists, his eyes showing blazing fire, filled with endless fighting spirit. Although he looks gentle like a physicist, chemist, or university professor, in essence he is a warrior and likes to box. A physical battle. But after being promoted to this level, it has become increasingly difficult for him to find an opponent. Now that the Six Paths Contest God has arrived, it is a great opportunity to face the masters of the heavens and the world, and it can just happen to sharpen his quantum martial arts. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1312. 6 Paths Universe in a Certain Mountain. I saw that this mountain was extremely terrifying. It was surrounded by endless black mist for hundreds of millions of kilometers. No light could penetrate it. It was like a dark realm. If anyone sees this scene, they will definitely be horrified. This is an absolute devil's cave. Any life that enters will be swallowed up and no bones will be left. This is a forbidden place for life. If an upright person from a well-known family saw this scene, they would immediately know that this was the location of the original demon sect. The so-called original demon sect is one of the top 9 demon sects in the 6 Paths universe, and it is also the youngest demon sect. It has risen rapidly with lightning speed. Originally, it was just a small demon sect, but the original demon sect's leader, the original demon god, was extremely terrifying and led this demon sect to rise, thus becoming one of the 9 major demon sects in the 6 Paths universe. From this we can know how terrifying the original demon is. It is absolutely extraordinary. At this moment, deep inside the original demon sect, many elders of the original demon sect were gathered together. Each of them exuded unfathomable demonic energy and extremely terrifying demonic nature. It seems that all of them are extremely pure demons and have reached the pinnacle of the devil's path. And among these terrifying, peerless demons on the throne was lazily lying a charming woman. She was the original evil god Wuxia, the leader of the original demon sect. But these peerless demons were all trembling, and they did not dare to look directly at this woman, as if she was some indescribable, peerless, evil god. Even if they take just one look, they feel that they will fall into complete madness. Lord Sect Master, it is said that Wuxia, the leader of the Xianxia sect, also plans to participate in the 6 Paths contest for gods this time. An elder of the original demon sect spoke up, telling the information he knew. In fact, the war between the righteous way and the demonic way has lasted for an unknown number of epochs. Because of their methods and ideas, they are very hostile to each other. The original evil sect and the Xianxia sect also fought many times, resulting in countless casualties, and the two sides also forged a bloody feud. As for the original evil god and Wuxia, they naturally didn't know how many times they fought, so they were already mortal enemies. Naturally, the original demon sect is also extremely concerned about what the other party does. Actually planning to participate in the 6 Paths contest for gods? It seems that he also plans to challenge those old guys and those ancient chaos demon gods. The lazy woman Wuxia's beautiful eyes showed a glimmer of light, and her pupils were unfathomable, like a dark whirlpool, swallowing up the souls of many living beings. No way, although Wuxia is powerful, isn't he seeking death if he wants to challenge those ancient gods? An elder couldn't help but say, these chaos demon gods have survived for who knows how long. From the chaos era to today, they have experienced one era after another, and they have already improved their cultivation to a state that is unknown. These the rising stars who want to challenge those ancient demon gods are indeed seeking death. I don't know how many people have tried to challenge those chaotic demon gods before, but they were all slapped to death. This is to kill the chicken and scare the monkey, and to warn the newcomers about the status of the demon gods. Not unchallenged. Seek death. Hearing this, the lazy woman snorted coldly. No one can always be superior, not even those ancient chaos demon gods. Times are moving forward, and those chaos demon gods have become corrupt, but they are still fighting. Because of their seniority, they have been blocking young people like us from rising to power. Now is the best opportunity to pull them down. Lord Sect Master, do you also plan to participate in the 6 Paths contest for gods? Many elders were shocked. They instantly understood what their sect leader was thinking. It was obvious that his sect master also had a very strong interest in the 6 Paths contesting gods. Of course I plan to participate. This time the Six Paths God contest will give birth to 129,600 righteous gods. The number has increased many times compared to before. This gives us an opportunity. The beautiful eyes of the lazy woman Lu Ruxian showed a glimmer of light. If it were the previous 366 path gods, then they would not have any chance. Although their talents are indeed extremely evil, those ancient gods are so terrifying, they who is not an extremely talented being? In addition, those ancient gods have been practicing for too long, and they have been making progress. Until now, they are far from reaching their upper limit. If they want to compete with those top gods, the gap is too far. But even if they're not as good as those top gods, they can still compare with the second-class gods. This is the opportunity they are looking for. But even if the number of the Six Paths true gods increases, there are more chaos demon gods participating in this Six Paths god war. It would not be a wise move for our primitive demon sect to collide with them. An elder hesitated. Do you mean that my original evil god is not as good as those corrupt gods? The lazy woman snorted coldly, and waves of chills emanated from her body. It seemed that at this moment, with her body as the center, the aura of evil gods from all directions distorted the chaotic void. Indistinctly, black devil caves appeared all around, as if many terrifying monsters crawled out from inside, choosing people to eat. No, that's not what I meant. The elder was frightened to death. He immediately fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Stupid, if we talk about antiquity, I, Lu Ruxian, am no better than my opponent. The beautiful eyes of the lazy woman Lu Ruxian showed a glimmer of light. The reason for this is because she is an extremely special life born within the Six-Path universe. In the Six-Path universe, weirdness was rampant and many evil gods were born. These evil gods cannot be heard or seen. Indescribable. When all living beings hear their names, they will be afraid and provide power to the evil gods. Later, Furukawa personally took action and sealed all these grotesques in the Book of Weirdness. Only then was the grotesque problem solved. Otherwise, at this moment the Six-Path universe is still shrouded in the shadow of grotesque terror. However, even if all these grotesques are sealed, they still leave a part of their original power in the Six-Path universe, and this part of the original power is integrated with the laws of heaven and earth, and then combined with life merged together. As a result, the original evil god, Lu Ruxian, was born. It can be said that she had the indescribable power of the evil god as soon as she was born. She could see the 7Q and 6U deep in the souls of countless lives, and see the inner world in their souls. YW. She can even devour the fear power of all living beings to quickly increase her own cultivation. Of course, because she is a flesh and blood life, she is not a regular life like Weird, so she does not have an immortal life form. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1313. However, even though Lu Ruxian does not have the characteristics of immortality like Weird, her evil talent is unprecedented, surpassing all previous grotesques and all evil gods. Only those weird emotions that caused fear in life before can swallow up the power of fear and accelerate their own growth. But Lu Ruxian is different. As long as any life has the power of negative emotions, even if it is not caused by her, she can swallow up the power of these negative emotions and take it as her own. Of course, if she arouses fear in all sentient beings, then the power she will devour will naturally be greater. So she was almost invincible since she was born. She was a born demon, the devil among demons. She heard that there was a most powerful evil god in the ancient times, called the original evil god. Therefore, she also began to call herself the original evil god. I am the evil god, the original evil god, the evil god who spreads fear. Those who chant my true name will have eternal life. The original evil god Lu Rulan said. rumble. In an instant, with her body as the center, an inexplicable vibration of laws occurred in a distance of tens of thousands of light years, buzzing and spreading in all directions. Suddenly, countless lives in this area began to go crazy. I saw residents of cities in this area. After hearing such primitive magic sounds, their eyes suddenly lost their luster. No matter they are mortals or cultivators, they are all without exception and unable to resist. A large amount of primitive demonic energy surged out from their bodies. Their eyes were dull, as if they had been transformed into demons. They whispered a name in a low voice. Lu Ruxian, Lu Ruxian, Lu Ruxian. In addition to these lives, there are many demons, ghosts, and even birds and animals, even microorganisms and plants on the mountains, in the rivers, and deep in the valleys. All intelligent life is infected by this primitive magic sound. Wisps of primitive demonic energy surged out of their bodies involuntarily. At this moment, they all lost their consciousness and were completely controlled by the demonic energy in their bodies. Everyone was whispering Lu Ruxian's real name in a low voice.
Wow.
In an instant, countless intelligent beings in an area tens of thousands of light years in radius were chanting Lu Ruxian's true name in a low voice. Countless voices gathered together to form a vast and huge energy. And all this energy was poured into the body of the original evil god Lu Ruxian from the depths of the chaotic void, and the aura on her body was further strengthened. This. Many elders of the primitive demon sect were extremely horrified when they saw this scene. They tried their best to cover their ears, for fear of hearing such a primitive demon sound. Because once they heard such a primitive demon sound, they would completely lose their minds. He even became the master's puppet and completely lost himself. This is infinitely more terrifying than death. But this is the ability of the original evil god, Lu Ruxian. She can plant seeds deep in the hearts and souls of countless lives, terrifying primitive demon species. Once an intelligent being recites Lu Ruxian's true name, it will be instantly planted into the primitive demon species. As time goes by, these intelligent beings will be completely transformed into followers of Lu Ruxian and become demons. Also, because this extremely terrifying ability makes the original demon sect become a demon sect that everyone wants to fight. No one knows how many sects want to completely eliminate the original demon sect. After all, no one wants to be someone else's puppet. But the original evil god Lu Ruxian it is too terrifying. Anyone who hears her original magic sound will almost be controlled by her and become her believer. Therefore, the advantage in numbers has no effect on her. That is why, so far, the evil god Lu Ruxian is still standing, and no one can overthrow the original demon sect. Even the original demon sect, under the leadership of Lu Ruxian, is growing more and more rapidly, and has a vague tendency to become the first demon sect. Is this the great method of cultivating demons in the heart created by the sect leader? It's really terrible. This is a supreme method that can plant evil thoughts into the soul. The sect master has the power to swallow all negative emotions. Any life that is afraid of the sect master will be planted with original demon seeds by the sect master, thereby becoming her puppet and even providing strength to the sect master. The so-called power of negative emotions is actually inner demons. Any life, regardless of its level of cultivation, even the chaos demon god, will have inner demons. It is almost inevitable. This is a method of killing people, and it belongs to the spirit. The contagious power of the soul is almost irresistible. That is why those famous and decent sects are so afraid of the lord of the sect, calling him the devil among the devils, and they can't wait to eradicate the roots. To a certain extent, the sect leader has mastered the power of the inner demon. If this is the case, then even those terrifying chaos demon gods may not be the opponents of the sect master. Even once these chaos demon gods are planted with inner demons, they will be controlled by the sect master. How can it be so simple? When you have reached an extremely high state, your Taoist heart is perfect and your heart is like glass, it is almost impossible to feel fear. Trying to plant inner demons in such a being is simply harder than climbing to the sky. Although it is difficult, it may not be impossible. The power of the evil spirits of the Lord is beyond imagination. This is the power of indescribable erosion, the power of rules, and the great power inherited from the ancient evil gods. Many elders of the original demon sect were talking about it. They all admired the strength of the original evil god Wuxia, the sect leader. They were so impressed that they fell to the ground. This is the real demon among demons, a demon beyond imagination. Even the chaos demon, God, you have to be afraid of the power of 3 points. It is said that in ancient times, countless epochs ago, countless evil gods emerged. They were almost spread throughout the Six Paths universe and almost destroyed the Chaos City. They even opened the door to hell and released countless evil ghosts from hell. Hell was almost completely emptied, and this was the only time in history that the gates of hell were opened. Wuxia's eyes revealed a glint. At that time, the Lord of Chaos City personally took action and sealed all these ancient evil gods who were basically unkillable and refined them into a book of supreme supernatural powers, which was called the Book of Weirdness. It is said that this book is hidden in the deepest part of Chaos City. No one has ever seen this book of supernatural powers. All the evil gods in the world are sealed in this book. If I can control this weird book, then I will truly be the right one. The original evil god. She clenched her fists. In fact, this was one of the reasons why she participated in the Six Paths God contest. If she became the Six Paths true god, maybe she would be able to meet the legendary Chaos City Lord at that time and even ask him for the Book of Weirdness. And this is also her greatest opportunity. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1314. And similar to the original evil god Wuxia, the martial arts master Wuxian, the unparalleled evildoer Li Wanlong, and many other geniuses of the era, they are all dormant in various places in the Six Paths universe and have not fully demonstrated their true power. They are all waiting for the best opportunity, trying to unseat all the old gods and let new gods take over. This is the wave of the times, and no one can stop it. At this moment, Furukawa, who was sitting in the deepest part of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes slightly and sensed everything that happened in the other world. Interesting. Has a new generation of strong men begun to grow up? Furukawa touched his chin. He could sense the geniuses of the era dormant everywhere in the Six Paths universe. Each one of them has talents that are all credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1317.
Wow.
Hearing the grateful voices of these villagers, World Tree Xianxia's heart moved. She felt that wisps of golden light seemed to be falling from the void and integrated into her body. There is no doubt that these golden lights are the power of merit. She saved the villagers in this village from famine and gained the gratitude of these villagers, so she naturally gained a lot of merit power. It is said that saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Saving people is a great merit in itself. Not to mention that she has saved so many people this time, so she will naturally gain more merit.
Boom.
In an instant, after Xianxia, the World Tree, felt a large amount of light of merit pouring into his body. His cultivation level also recovered part of its strength, as well as part of its memory. She felt her body was warm, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Immediately, many memories of practice flooded into her sea of consciousness. She felt that she seemed to be able to master more techniques and more secret techniques at this moment. If she can get more power of merit, she can recover her cultivation at a faster speed. After gaining a certain level of strength, she felt safer. By the way, it's not just this village that is in famine. Under the continuous drought, life in an area must have been affected. If these lives can be completely saved, then more merits will definitely be gained. World Tree Xianxia suddenly felt happy. She felt that she seemed to have found a shortcut to gain the power of merit. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Within this month, the reputation of the harvest god has spread throughout the area, making every villager confused by the famine grateful. They were all extremely grateful, kneeling down day and night, chanting scriptures, praying and offering sacrifices. After all, without the blessing of the gods, they would not have survived such a terrible famine. Xianxia, the world tree, naturally gained a lot of merit power. Her cultivation level was unsealed very quickly, and part of her cultivation memory was restored. This also gave her a certain degree of self-protection in this trial world. Vaguely, a towering tree stood in the deepest part of the forest, standing tall against the sky and the earth. It was surrounded by countless runes of the world. Waves of dim light from the world enveloped the entire forest, exuding an incomparable mystery. It turns out that this is just a small world. After recovering part of the strength of the world tree, Xianxia, she used the power of the secret method to immediately find out where she was. Soon she used the original power of the world tree to sense where she was. It is a small thousand world. The area is not very large for the chaos demon god. It can even be said to be small. But for mortals, this is already an unimaginably huge world, and they will not be able to explore much in their lifetime. Region, it is impossible to know the whole world. It seems that if you want to gain a lot of merit power, you must control the destiny of heaven and earth in this small world. The world tree Xianxia touched her smooth chin. She knew that she could not continue to make small fuss like this. Saving people from famine was just a small means and could not gain much merit. What is merit? In fact, merit is to do good to others. Heaven and earth, the contribution of doing beneficial things to the world and the race. Doing good things to people is just an ordinary merit. This is the merit obtained by mortals, not gods, and no matter how much these ordinary merits are done, it will not be much. It is like ordinary with a person's salary. Even if she works for 1 or 200 years, she may not be able to afford a house in a school district in Beijing. Only by starting a business and establishing a company can she achieve a leap in wealth. Otherwise, she will be just a wage earner her whole life. So if she wants to gain unlimited with endless merit, the best way is to become the master of this small world and completely control the destiny of this small world. In this way, she will naturally obtain the greatest merit in the entire small world. It is like doing it alone. Good people and good deeds can only help a limited number of people. But if you set up a charity fund, you can help tens of thousands of people. If you set up a multinational company, you can feed hundreds of thousands or millions of people. A family affects tens of millions of people. But if a country is established, it can affect hundreds of millions of people. You can develop the future of the entire country according to your own wishes. The better it develops, the more merit it will gain.
Much.
The same reason. If she completely controls this small thousand world and controls the fate of heaven and earth in the small thousand world, then all the merits of this small thousand world will belong to her, and she will also become the biggest contributor to this small thousand world. Outside of this small thousand world, there are other small thousand worlds, and there are so many of them that they are as numerous as the number of sands in Xianxia. The beautiful eyes of the world tree showed a glimmer of light in the morning sun. She could sense that in this world of trials, there were not only the small thousand worlds she was in, but also countless small thousand worlds. These small thousand worlds, like stars, they are distributed all over the trial world. The sentient beings participating in the 6 Paths contest for gods this time were randomly born in these small thousand worlds. And she was also randomly born in one of these small thousand worlds. It seems that the future will definitely fall into a war between the small thousand world and the small thousand world. The beautiful eyes of Xianxia, the world tree, showed a glimmer of light. Based on her years of experience in playing games, she could immediately see through the development trend of the times and future changes. Controlling a small world and becoming the master of the small world is just the beginning. In order to compete for a large amount of meritorious power, the masters of these small thousand worlds will definitely launch cross-dimensional wars and will definitely find ways to break through other small thousand worlds and devour other small thousand worlds. This is something that will inevitably happen in the era, and is a trend that cannot be stopped at all. After all, devouring other worlds can promote this world, and thus promote it from the small thousand world to the middle thousand world, the great thousand world, and even the prehistoric world, etc. It is conceivable that in this world, there is no greater merit than the promotion of this world. Once the master of the world promotes the small world to the middle world or the great world, the merit gained is simply unimaginable. In comparison, her rescue of those victims just now is simply childish. The merit gained by doing something like this is simply a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Waging a war may seem like a cruel act, but in fact it is of great benefit to the local world and can accelerate the evolution of the world. Enhance the power of the creatures in this world. Therefore, war has two sides. This world is also divided into yin and yang, which cannot be generalized. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1318. The future is a war between world and world, a battle between luck and luck. In other words, what matters is the strength of Xianxia world itself. World Tree Xianxia narrowed his eyes. War is all about potential and strength. If which small thousand world is more powerful, then which small thousand world will have more advantages. Of course, how to make the small thousand world becoming more powerful, far superior to other worlds, depends on the guidance and development of the master of this small world. I understand that the content of this real trial of the Six Paths God contest is a war between civilizations. Which civilization can win, then whoever can become the Six Paths true God. World Tree Xianxia suddenly realized, and she immediately understood the key to the content of this trial. The so-called small thousand world is actually the seat of a civilization, and after becoming the master of this small thousand world, this world has developed into the civilized world you want. The problem is that there are so many civilized worlds, which civilization is the most powerful and which path is the most powerful. This naturally requires war to test. If in the war of civilization, if it fails, then this civilization will naturally be eliminated. Only by winning the war of civilizations can it be qualified to become orthodox and become the path pursued by all living beings. So that's it. Is this a dispute over orthodoxy? World Tree Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but reveal a glint. She sensed the cruelty of this trial. It not only tested the strength of the master of civilization, but also tested whether the path of her own god was strong enough, and whether she could lead all sentient beings to follow the path. The ultimate path to the supreme. What is a god? The so-called gods are not just powerful, they are also powerful beings who create and lead a civilization. If they do not have this ability and are only powerful in combat, how can they be qualified to become Six Paths? Righteous God. After all, the righteous God of the Six Paths is a being who controls part of the authority of the Six Paths. If his orthodoxy is not strong enough, he will not be qualified for this position. I am the tree of the world, and naturally I am the civilization of trees. World Tree Xianxia squeezed her fist.
Boom.
In an instant, she integrated her original power into this small world, and the vast body of the world tree seemed to begin to stand in the center of this small world. From her, the roots on her body extended out and penetrated deeply into the earth. It seemed that each root was integrated into one of the dragon veins. It was as if she was completely integrated with this small world and controlled it. Everything in the world seems to have become the master of this small world. And this is just because she has unlocked part of her cultivation. If she completely unlocks her own cultivation, a mere small world cannot accommodate her. The power in her body will be exploded alive and torn apart, so she can easily control this small world. Unlike other gods, the speed at which she controls the small world is so fast that she is almost a born god. Almost the moment she appeared in this world, she had become the center and the source of the world. Immediately, all the trees, weeds, flowers, and all the plants in the entire small world were cheering, and the power in them was involuntary, integrating into the world tree. It can be said that all plants have become the eyes of the world tree. Wherever the plants arrive, there will be the power of the world tree. Everything in this world is under her control. All the people of my world tree can take the seeds of the world and become immortal elves. The world tree Xianxia waved his hand.
Crash.
In an instant, with her body as the center, an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers was filled with green light spots. These green light spots were the seeds of the world. This seed contains the power of the supreme law and the power of life. They fall like raindrops and are integrated into the bodies of countless lives. What is going on? What is this green light spot that blends into my body? Oh my God, what happened? Could it be that some god had performed a miracle? Many creatures in this small world were shocked. They could only watch these green light spots integrating into their bodies. They were frightened and at a loss. They had no idea what was happening. But when the green light spots integrated into their bodies and souls suddenly shook, as if they were pulled by some mysterious force, spanning infinite time and space, and descended on some earth-shattering sacred tree. They felt that they had simply seen it. The greatest beings in the world, even if they use all their words, cannot describe the vastness and greatness in front of them. They are already dumbfounded.
Boom.
The next second, their souls seemed to be integrated into the body of this sacred tree, and then quickly on one of the branches, a fruit began to condense. Click, click, click. Immediately, these fruits split open, and elves were born from them. They were like unique creatures, containing the beauty of heaven and earth. They all seem to be sons of heaven and earth. They are born with endless potential and a long lifespan, but they have lost the ability to reproduce. We became elves, and an elf born from the great sacred tree. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a drastic change to happen. No, it's not about becoming an elf. This is the body of an elf, but also a puppet body. We can control this puppet body across infinite time and space. A person immediately understands the current situation. Yes, this elf body is indeed the body we control. Even if we die, our souls and bodies can return to the sacred tree for regeneration. As long as the body is not destroyed and the sacred tree is not destroyed, then we are immortal existences. Not only that, if this elf body gains benefits and is promoted, the distant body will also benefit and be promoted together. Of course, if this elf body dies, our body will also be severely injured, but it will not die. It will take a while to return to its original state and continue to regenerate. The civilization of trees. We are the immortal warriors of the civilization of trees. Opportunity. This is the opportunity given to us by the gods. This means that each of us is a warrior of God. It is the gods who have given us immortal bodies. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all extremely excited. What an opportunity it was to be able to control an immortal elf body, fight in all directions, and gain endless benefits. They felt that they must have received the favor of God. Favorite, that's why there is such an opportunity. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1319. This is the tree civilization of my world tree. The world tree Xianxia was proud of herself. Her practice for so many eras was not in vain. The birth of the tree civilization has a great relationship with the online games she has played for many years. It can even be said to be closely related. She has played so many after playing the game. She naturally knew what kind of warriors were the most terrifying. The most terrifying ones were not the domineering monsters, the demon kings who dominated the world, or the bosses who appeared at the end, but the players who were immortal and were like natural disasters. Because there were so many of these players. But is immortal and can be resurrected no matter how many times it is killed. In this way, no matter how powerful the monsters in the game are, they will eventually be killed by the players. Even if they cannot be killed for a while, they will be killed in the future. It's just a matter of time. Because of this, Xianxia, the girl of the world tree, created the civilization of the tree. She absorbed the soul power of countless lives and combined it with the power of her own original laws to create puppet warrior elves. These spirits do not have any souls and are purely puppets, just like Gundam and mechanical warriors. Only the souls of living beings can enter and be perfectly controlled. In this way, the entire real world will become a real game, and all lives in the tree civilization can conquer all directions through elves. You must know that there are actually very few people with courage. The vast majority of lives are very timid and will shrink back when encountering danger. There are only a handful of existences that will explode when encountering a crisis. But if it is a game, it will be different. Every player is not afraid of death and will not be afraid of death. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in order to achieve a certain goal, as long as the price is enough. The tree civilization has created such a civilization that is not afraid of death. Every life of the tree civilization is a dead soldier. One can imagine the combat effectiveness of the tree civilization. This is equivalent to the world tree creating a huge army that is like a natural disaster. Such an army is enough to sweep across the world and suppress many civilizations. Haha, the people of our civilization, you are the strongest existence, the immortal existence. You are the fourth natural disaster and will sweep away all enemies. Xianxia, the girl of the world tree, was very proud. She felt that she was done. Even if she didn't leave home, there would be countless immortal warriors around her to protect her and fight for her in the world. When the time comes, she would sit quietly standing in this world, watching the fourth natural disaster sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, swallowing up 1,000 small worlds after another, plundering endless world luck, and gaining endless credit. Fighting head-on. It's impossible. It's impossible to fight head-on. Yes, in this life, you can only live a good life by staying at the back and letting a group of younger brothers fight for you. It can be said that the people of the tree civilization are just gamers, controlling the puppet elves and turning reality into a game. No one can block their siege. Let's see who can still stop the power of the fourth natural disaster. The morning light of the world tree is calm and peaceful. At this time, another chaos demon god awakened in another part of the trial world. She is the Star Tree Girl. After all, even if her cultivation level is a little worse than that of World Tree, it is not much worse. Not long after World Tree awakened its memory, her memory also began to awaken, and she knew her true identity. However, she was reincarnated into a royal dynasty and became a princess. She had great power from the moment she was born. She was aloof and controlled many forces. It turns out that the key to this Six Paths God War is to create a splendid civilization and use the power of civilization to conquer all the worlds. Which civilization can survive, then the master who created this civilization will naturally become the Six Paths true God and obtain one. God. This is a civilized war. The Star Tree Girl also immediately understood the key to the Six Paths struggle for gods. Obtaining the power of merit within the small thousand world can only unlock part of the memory and cultivation. But if you want to obtain enough merit power to become the Six Paths true god, you still need to conquer other small thousand worlds and plunder the resources of countless small thousand worlds, so as to enhance your luck and merit in this world. In this way, Wars between small thousand worlds are inevitable, which in itself is the content of the trial, is to test the power of the gods to guide civilization. It is completely conceivable that in the future, only 129,600 civilizations in the six-path universe can be at the top, and the rest of the civilizations can only be vassals and have no influence. It's also a battle of orthodoxy, extremely cruel. But even so, we, the Star Tree, are not afraid of any challenge. The star civilization created by our Star Tree can definitely destroy all hostile civilizations. The Star Tree girl clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes revealed blazing fire. It seemed that the depths of her pupils contained endless starlight and were filled with endless star power. This trial world only has the sun and no stars, so I will create stars, so that the chaotic void will be filled with stars, and the silent void will be as bright as possible. Everywhere will be illuminated by the power of stars, and everything that the starlight can reach place is the territory of our star civilization, and the beings of the star civilization can control the power of the stars. The Star Tree girl waved her hand.
Wow.
In an instant, dense blue light points poured out from her body. These light points instantly flew out of this small world and hung in the sky. Suddenly, the beings in the entire small world looked up and felt extremely shocked. The originally empty night sky was filled with stars. And these stars were not arranged aimlessly, but according to an ancient structure. The chaotic formations were arranged together to form a supreme star formation. Faintly, the endless starlight intertwined with each other, condensing the endless star power, and seemed to wrap up the entire small world. This the formation has also become a vast starlight barrier, able to prevent the invasion of all enemies. At the same time, the endless star power descends and is instilled in Xianxia world, which also makes the original power of Xianxia world increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original power of the Little Thousand world has been improved, and the Star Tree girl, as the initiator, has naturally gained tremendous power of merit and luck. This also allows the Star Tree girl to easily become the master of this Little Thousand world. Go ahead and communicate with the power of the stars. Every living being will have a star shining on your soul. Every living being is born, a star will rise. Every soul dies, a star will fall with it. This is the power of stars. Civilized life. The beautiful eyes of the Star Tree girl showed a glimmer of light. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1320. What happened? What exactly happened in this world? Countless lives in the entire small thousand world are shocked, because before, the sky in this world was dark, with only the moon and no stars. But now it is different. There are actually stars all over the night sky. This is simply it had a great impact on their outlook on life, and the whole world underwent drastic changes. Wait, I seem to sense those strange light spots called stars. Was it originally called Star? What a beautiful name. It's so beautiful. What happened? I seem to be able to sense an unusual power in the stars in the sky, and this power seemed to resonate inexplicably with my soul and body. Many beings are talking about what happened in this world. Not many of them have seen similar things. This is the first time in the world. But some monster-level geniuses have felt the power of these stars. Different. Their souls are extremely powerful and resonate with one of the stars in the sky. Rumble. In an instant, these stars and souls vibrated inexplicably, and then wisps of star power filled the air from these stars, falling directly from the sky and instilled in these lives. Immediately, these beings felt that their bodies and souls had undergone transformation, and they were rapidly becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that they had begun to master the power of the stars and use the power of the stars to practice. At this time, Some gods who were born in this small world and awakened their memories at the same time. After sensing this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. Oops, a powerful and ancient demon has descended on this small world, and it has also laid out unimaginable backup plans. Oh my god, what kind of joke are you kidding? The trial has just begun. Everyone should be on the same starting line. Why is it starting to lay out the entire world? Yes, it's completely against common sense. We haven't left the novice village yet, and our strength has not recovered much. We are still thinking about how to obtain merit. Now this ancient demon has actually begun to refine this small world and become the world. Lord, it's over. It's a complete failure. It's just a failure at the beginning. Is this the horror of the six paths fighting for gods? All kinds of ancient beings were born at this moment. We should have known that we would not have any chance. With such an ancient demon attacking us, we would not even have a chance to stand up, and there would be no hope at all. It is really terrifying. Don't worry, even if you can't become the six paths true god, it's still a good thing to become a subordinate god. This ancient star demon is extremely powerful. If we follow it, we can also take advantage of the situation to rise. Indeed, hugging your thighs is also a good choice. Many reincarnated gods were talking about it. They were all very helpless, but this is reality, an extremely cruel reality. They failed at the beginning. After all, they were the gods of the six paths, and soon began to change their thinking, and began to want to take refuge. This ancient demon. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Under the guidance of the Star Tree Girl, many beings were secretly given the cultivation method of the stars. This small world immediately underwent earth-shaking changes, and the beings in this world soon discovered that they could communicate with the stars in the sky. Once you can communicate with the stars in the sky, then this life will be like a plug-in, and the huge power of the stars will be instilled at all times. And those who use the power of stars to temper their bodies and souls are extremely powerful. They call them Star Warriors. This profession simply crushes any other profession. Both the speed of training and the combat power far exceed those of warriors from other professions, and the threshold is also very low. After all, they are blessed by the power of the stars and are simply invincible. If they practice to a high level, they can even merge with the stars in the sky, become the Lord of the Stars, and control the boundless power of the stars. As long as the stars are not destroyed, they will not die. You must know that the lifespan of every star is extremely long. The shortest lifespan is more than 10 billion years, and the longest lifespan is simply immeasurable. Therefore, after becoming a star warrior, the beings of each star civilization have become immortal species, gaining extremely long lifespans and powerful strength. Our planet's civilization will definitely become one of the strongest civilizations. The Star Tree Girl is full of confidence. She has integrated with the destiny of heaven and earth in the entire small world, and has become the highest god in this small world, dominating everything in this small world. Every time a life is born in this small world, a star will automatically condense between heaven and earth, automatically floating in the chaotic void and autonomously swallowing the energy of the chaotic void. The stronger this life is, the stronger the power of this star will be. The two complement each other. Every life is a born star warrior, born to refine and master the power of stars, and even temper the stars to make them more powerful. If it is just that, the most important thing is that the power of countless stars can still they merge with each other to form extremely mysterious star formations. It can be said that the Star Warriors are extremely powerful when fighting alone, but if it is a group fight, the Star Warriors are even more invincible. They can combine the power of many Star Warriors. This makes the combat power increase exponentially. It's like if there are enough quasi-saint level Star Warriors, forming a star formation with each other, and the power is integrated, they can even defeat ordinary saints. This is an extremely amazing thing. Low-level beings cannot defeat high-level beings. Even if there are more quasi-sages, they cannot defeat saints. This is an iron rule. But the emergence of Star Warriors breaks this iron rule. They can use the endless stars to power so that it can compete with enemies more powerful than itself. This is the terrifying thing about the star civilization. Grow up quickly, defeat other civilizations together, and let the gods in all the worlds know the terror of our star civilization. Starlight will definitely spread across the chaotic void, and stars will definitely spread across the entire universe. The Star Tree Girl clenched her fists. She felt that after she had given countless living beings the method of star cultivation, she also received the huge power of merit given by Xianxia world. After all, her actions were strengthening the foundation of Xianxia world. This is the power of enlightenment. Of course, this is also of great benefit to her. Because the more lives that practice the power of stars, the more stars will be born, and the faster the Star Tree Girl will recover her cultivation. Quick, the two complement each other. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 13:21. The Trial World, a Small World. At this moment, in an ordinary city, in an ordinary residential building, a young woman stood by the window, her beautiful eyes twinkling, containing an endless, mysterious aura. She is Fun Baoyan, the master of magic weapons. By this time, she had recovered part of her memory and also knew the content of this trial. Is the content of the trial actually a war between civilizations? Although it is a bit unexpected, it is also a matter of course. If you do not have the ability to guide a certain civilization, how can you call it a god?
Fun
Baoyan, the master of the magic weapon, smiled slightly. Although she had only awakened not long ago, she was such a smart and intelligent being. In just a moment, she understood the true meaning of this trial. The test included it as the power of gods like them to lead civilization. Let's see who can create the most powerful and peak civilization, standing above all races. In the future, there will only be 129,600 peak civilizations in the Six Paths universe, and other civilizations will, although it will not be exterminated, it will not become something like that. It can be said that this time, the competition between the six gods is the comprehensive ability of a god. It is an all-round assessment, not just a simple competition of their respective combat capabilities. If the competition is about the ability to lead civilization, then who can compare with my magic weapon civilization, system civilization? Fun Baoyan, the master of magic weapons, clenched his fists, his beautiful eyes filled with incomparable confidence. To be honest, the previous magic weapon civilization was just a collection of countless magic weapons. Although the combat power was good, if he encountered a top powerhouse, he would still defeated or even enslaved. But when they evolved into a systematic civilization and transformed countless magic weapons into mysterious systems, their combat effectiveness increased exponentially. At the same time, they were also able to break into pieces and hide among the crowd. Ordinary people have no power at all, and can even use the power of all living beings to enhance their own power. This change has simply made many magic weapons have an earth-shaking improvement, which has also made the magic weapon civilization suddenly become the most powerful in the world. The top civilization can be compared with mechanical civilization. Today, countless systems have occupied an extremely important corner of the Six Paths universe. The children of destiny and destiny in many worlds will have systems bound to them, and they are already related to their magic weapon civilizations. Have an inseparable relationship. This is enough to prove the tyranny of magic weapon civilization. Today is different from the past. Then let's start and integrate all living beings into the power of the system. Thinking of this, Fun Baoyan, the master of the magic weapon, waved his big hand lightly without hesitation.
Wow.
In an instant, countless white light points flew out, like raindrops, falling on many places in this small world, and silently integrated into the bodies of many lives. Immediately afterwards, these beings heard a mechanical voice. "Are you bound to the god of war system?" The god of war system is the master of magic weapons, Fabelverse, who was promoted to the realm of the Lord of the Universe and merged with the power of other magic weapons and other systems. The final forged god of war system. To a certain extent, the god of war system is a collection of the power of many systems, the crystallization of the wisdom of countless magic weapons, and the enlightenment power of Fabelverse, the master of magic weapons. Once a life is bound to the god of war system, it has the potential to evolve from an ordinary person to a god of war. This system not only has the power to improve cultivation, learn spells, magical powers, practice exercises, etc. At the same time, there are also auxiliary powers such as treasure hunting, hiding, transformation, etc. It can be said that this is simply a comprehensive system, which is completely different from the previous system that only had a single auxiliary ability. It can be said that this system has been iterated for countless generations and is already infinitely closer to perfection. Moreover, splitting into many subsystems is only the basic ability of Fabelverse, the master of the magic weapon. Just like a fish is born with the ability to swim, she is also born with the ability to split into countless subsystems. In fact, it is precisely because of this basic ability that the system's power spreads throughout the world, binding many living beings and promoting the evolution of countless living beings. Therefore, even if the master of magical treasures Fabelverse only restores part of his power, he can easily split into countless subsystems and scatter them all over the world. Bind to the god of war system? What on earth is this? Why did it suddenly sound in the depths of my consciousness? Why does this voice have a bewitching flavor? Could it be the voice of an extraterrestrial demon? What the hell is this? Get out of my mind quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. When they heard the words of the god of war system, many creatures had no idea what was going on because they had never heard the name of the god of war system before, simply unheard of it. Some beings felt extremely nervous. They felt that something like this suddenly appeared. It must not be a good thing. Maybe it is an extraterrestrial evil spirit trying to devour their souls. So they want to expel this so-called god of war system and prevent it from being attached to them. After all, it is better not to have such an unknown origin appear. It's better for them. Of course, most people are still ignorant. They don't know what happened yet and are extremely confused. But the god of war system didn't seem to wait for these creatures to say anything. It said to itself, "Consider at 0.1 second. The host did not refuse and was bound immediately. Those who disobeyed were killed, hoping that the host would pay attention." Its buzzing voice seems to contain the power of supreme law. What? Kill those who disobey. Sure enough, they are evil spirits from outside the territory who want to covet our lives. Not just coveting our lives, but also wanting to control our lives. Damn. Refuse. We refuse to bind this bullshit god of war system. Get out of my head immediately. It's over. It's over. We are possessed by evil spirits from outside the territory. We are completely doomed. Who can save us? In an instant, the faces of many beings suddenly turned green. This weird thing, it is estimated that it will not be long before these civilizations begin to compete with each other and completely determine the winner. At that time, the 6 gods will be decided, and the 6 gods will be completely restored. Then the 6 paths of reincarnation will be revived again and return to its peak state, and he will be able to completely control the 6 paths of reincarnation and become the lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, invincible in the world. But I wonder how the 6 paths contest for gods is going now? Might as well go take a look. Furukawa touched his chin. Although he could sense the general situation of the trial world, it is difficult to understand the specific situation without personal experience.
Whoosh.
Thinking of this, he instantly formed a clone. With a flash of his body, he immediately entered the trial world. He wanted to see for himself the grand spectacle of the 6 paths contesting gods. This was actually a very rare experience for him, which made him very excited. Immediately, Furukawa, I came to the world where the civilization of Tao is located. I saw that after a period of development, the world of Tao civilization has evolved to be extremely powerful, swallowing up more than tens of millions of small worlds and destroying countless civilizations. It can be said that the civilization of Tao has become one of the top civilizations. It is the brightest star among many stars, showing an unparalleled sense of existence. And the world where the civilization of Tao is located is simply full of Tao sects, and countless Taoisms have emerged. Taoism. Countless lives have joined the Taoist sect and are constantly embarking on the path of cultivating immortals. This also allows the power of Taoist civilization to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furukawa's heart moved. He came to one of the cities, and in a tea house, he saw many immortal cultivators chatting, talking about the Tao civilization attacking other civilized worlds. In fact, this has become the common people of the Tao civilization. In daily life, the civilization of Tao conquers cities and territories and devours other civilized worlds, which is also of great benefit to ordinary people. He sat silently in an ordinary position in the tea house, drinking tea very leisurely, calm and relaxed. After all, like such leisurely days are rare. Now, he is like the god of creation observing civilization, observing how the civilization he created has developed. This feeling is extremely wonderful. Did you hear that? Recently, our civilization of Tao is attacking the civilization of dragons. It is said that giant dragons live everywhere in that civilized world. The power of each giant dragon is comparable to that of gods, and it is boundless in terror. Moreover, the power of dragon civilization is invincible and has destroyed more than 1 million civilized worlds. It is an unprecedented and powerful enemy. This enemy should not be underestimated. A person said mysteriously, telling his information. Haha, what does the dragon civilization mean? Even if the dragon is extremely powerful, it cannot compare to the saints of the Taoist sect. If they take action, these giant dragons can only be captured with their hands. You are right. The dragon civilization is indeed a powerful civilization, but it is just that. If they are unlucky enough to encounter our Tao civilization, their luck is at an end. Is not that right? However, if the dragon civilization is destroyed and all the giant dragons are captured in our Tao civilization, then the power of our Tao civilization will definitely increase greatly and reach a state that has never been seen in ancient times. Haha. In this way, the power of our Tao civilization will definitely become extremely powerful. Many cultivators are talking about it. They are extremely confident in the civilization of Tao. This is not blind confidence, but a fact because it is the superposition of the victories of the civilization of Tao. From ancient times to the present, civilization has with its development today, there is no doubt about the power of Tao civilization. This is also the consensus of all Tao civilization people. If the dragon civilization is not the opponent of our Tao civilization, then who can be the opponent of our Tao civilization? At this moment, Furukawa suddenly asked. He looked at this group of practitioners with interest. Perhaps he could see a different explanation in the eyes of these mortals. Who can be the opponent of our civilization? No civilization is the opponent of our Tao civilization. Our Tao civilization is invincible and the strongest civilization. You are right. Our civilization of Tao has swept across the world and is invincible. So far, we have never encountered an opponent. Although that is said, there are still some civilizations in the world that can pose a certain degree of threat to our Tao civilization. This is undeniable. Many cultivators are talking about it. They are extremely confident. They believe that the civilization of Tao is invincible and spans all the worlds. So far, it has never found any opponent. It is an invincible civilization, an immortal and eternal civilization. But even so, I feel that there are still some civilizations that are extremely difficult and should not be underestimated. Oh, let's be specific. Furukawa smiled slightly. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1326. Buddha's Civilization. A cultivator immediately said, To be honest, I look down on those bald donkeys, but I have to admit the power of the Buddha's civilization. They gave birth to hundreds of millions of arhats, hundreds of millions of Buddhas, and countless followers. The most important thing is that they are extremely united, have devout and firm beliefs, are united, and are extremely deceptive. In the past, many geniuses from our Tao civilization were kidnapped by the Buddha's civilization. They also said that they were destined to be with me, Buddha. Said that the power they possess is no less than our Tao civilization. Yes, those hateful bald donkeys are so shameless. They actually came to our civilized world of Tao to rob people. Those bald donkeys are thicker than the world's barriers and can't be penetrated by anything. But I have to admit the horror of the Buddha's civilization. They have terrible power of transformation. They may have been transformed in the blink of an eye, and they would obediently follow them and become monks. Yes, once you become a monk, you must keep your six senses pure. You cannot get married and have children. You cannot eat meat or drink alcohol. It is simply worse than death. So we must not let the Buddha's civilization come out on top. Otherwise, we will be doomed. That is, only our Taoist civilization can become the pinnacle civilization, and we cannot let those bald donkeys of the Buddha's civilization take advantage. Many monks were talking about it. It was obvious that they were all afraid of the civilization of Buddha. Although they were scolding those bald donkeys, they had to admit the terror of those bald donkeys. Especially those bald donkeys who had mastered the power of transformation. Their power made them extremely fearful, fearing that one of them would be transformed accidentally and they would obediently follow the other person to become a monk. Hearing this, Furukawa smiled slightly. It seemed that the Buddhist civilization created by Taoist Xuanti and Taoist Jiaying was indeed powerful, unfathomable, and evolved to be even more incredible than before. No. Although the Buddhist civilization is powerful, it is still just a bunch of bald donkeys. They abide by the rules and precepts, like peace, mediate disputes, remain aloof from the world, are not aggressive, and do not get married and have children, so their war potential is limited. Another cultivator shook his head and expressed his disapproval of this point. It can be said that they are more than capable of defending, but not enough of an offensive. They are still far from being able to compete with our Tao civilization. Oh, you think the civilization of Buddha is not the opponent of the civilization of Tao, then who is the biggest opponent of the civilization of Tao? Furukawa raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. I think it's an abyssal civilization. The ascetic immediately said. The Abyss civilization is extremely terrifying. It is said to be a terrifying civilized world created by the Lord of the Abyss. They are terrifying creatures born from endless sin and darkness, and contain the power of the Abyss to corrode everything. When you stare at the Abyss is also staring at you. This is the horror of the Abyss civilization. It is even several times more terrifying than the demonic civilization. He said that the Abyss civilization is the most terrifying civilization and the greatest threat to Tao civilization. Abyssal civilization? This civilization is indeed terrifying. It is said that the Abyss civilization has destroyed tens of millions of civilized worlds so far and has devoured more civilized worlds than our Tao civilized worlds. It's purely because the Abyss civilization is not picky about food. No matter what civilization it is, it can't escape its poisonous hands, so its number has increased sharply. In fact, it has not destroyed many truly powerful civilizations. Even so, after the abyssal civilization swallowed tens of millions of civilized worlds, it has long since evolved to an unimaginable level and has become a serious problem for our Tao civilization. Indeed, the power of the Abyss is more terrifying than the power of magic. Once eroded by the power of the Abyss, it is almost irreversible and will be immediately transformed into an abyssal creature and lose its mind. The power of the Abyss once invaded the world of our Tao civilization before, resulting in the complete destruction of a sect. Countless disciples of that sect were transformed into abyssal creatures. In the end, the saint personally took action to solve this serious problem. Otherwise, there would be nothing. Do you know how many lives will be transformed into abyssal life? Is not that right? Now, the power of the abyss is a force that is explicitly prohibited in our civilized world of Tao. Anyone who dares to touch it will be executed immediately, without going through trial. This is already an iron law. Many cultivators are talking about it. They all say that the abyss civilization is extremely terrifying and is definitely a serious problem for the civilization of Tao. If you are not careful, you will be swallowed up and destroyed by the abyss civilization. Abyss civilization? Hearing this, Furukawa touched his chin. He knew that a rising star had indeed appeared in the Six Paths universe in recent years, and that was the Lord of the Abyss. The other party was a powerful evil god born from endless sin and darkness. If it was the previous in a chaotic universe, the emergence of such a powerful evil god may be a huge disaster, but for the current Six Paths of reincarnation, it is nothing at all. After all, if there is light in this world, there will be darkness, and if there is yin, there will be yang. Even if there is yin, there will be yang. Even if the Lord of the Abyss did not appear, there would also be the Lord of Darkness and other evil gods. So he also allowed the opponent to grow. In fact, to a certain extent, the emergence of the Lord of the Abyss did control it to a certain extent. The rapid expansion of the power of the Abyss. Objectively speaking, this is also conducive to the balance of the Six Paths universe. No. The Abyss civilization is actually not enough to be an opponent of our Tao civilization. Another cultivator stood up and objected. Although the Abyssal civilization is indeed powerful, it has countless Abyss warriors, and it also has the terrifying power to transform countless lives into Abyss warriors, and can support war with war. But precisely because it is too powerful and too aggressive, civilizations in the world will be extremely wary of it, and even make many civilizations hate it. No civilization can allow the existence of abyssal civilization. It is the enemy of civilization. It is said that it shoots the first bird. If this abyssal civilization acts so arrogantly and does not care about all the consequences, it will be besieged sooner or later, and it will end up dead. In fact, I have heard the news that many civilizations, including the civilization of Tao, have begun to form an alliance and want to join forces to kill the Abyss civilization first. He said that the Abyss civilization is an irrational overlord, fighting everywhere and making enemies everywhere. On the surface, it seems to have infinite glory, but in fact it is destroyed in an instant. This kind of civilization that does not have any allies and knows how to kill everywhere will, once it is defeated, if people join forces to destroy it, then destruction will be a matter of time, and it is not a huge threat at all. After hearing this, many monks couldn't help but nodded. It is indeed the case. No matter how powerful a civilization is, it may be comparable to the union of many civilizations. If the Abyss civilization offends many civilizations and allows many powerful civilizations to join forces, it will be destroyed sooner or later, just sooner or later. This is the result of being enemies everywhere, and it cannot be considered an opponent at all. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1327. Is it that easy to eliminate the Abyss civilization? Hearing this, Furukawa suddenly smiled. You must know that the Abyss civilization actually has some allies, and they are relatively powerful, such as the Evil God civilization. They have mastered the power of the evil god, spread fear, and absorbed the power of fear from countless lives. As long as living beings are afraid, they will be immortal existences and will even continue to become stronger and difficult to eliminate. This is no less an existence than the Abyss civilization. There is also the Nightmare civilization. They are a race of nightmares. They live in reality and illusion. They live in a world of dreams. They are a world of their own. It is difficult for ordinary practitioners to reach this dream world, and it is difficult for even saints to find it. But these nightmares can easily penetrate into the dreams of countless lives, pulling their souls into the world of nightmares. At that time, they can only be slaughtered by others. They are born in an invincible position and are difficult to kill. In addition, there are demon civilization, blood sea civilization, etc. They are all extremely powerful evil civilizations that control the power of demons and are on different opposite sides to all living beings. If these civilizations and the Abyss civilization join forces, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. At that time, there will be a war between good and evil, affecting all heavens and all realms. He talked eloquently and briefly mentioned some of the more powerful evil civilizations in the trial world. Although he did not know many details about the trial world, but he still knew the top civilizations in the trial world very well. After all, these in the future, the top civilizations will become the pillars of the Six Paths universe, and the masters of civilizations will become the Six Paths true gods. It seems that fellow Taoist is still extremely familiar with the civilizations of all heavens and realms. Many cultivators are in awe. This is the first time they have heard of so many evil civilizations. In addition to the Abyss civilization, there are also Evil God civilization, Nightmare civilization, Demon civilization, Blood Sea civilization, etc. It seems that the heavens are in all realms. The power of evil cannot be underestimated, no less than that of righteous civilization. It's just a little understanding, it's nothing. Furukawa smiled slightly. In fact, I can answer this question. Although these evil civilizations are powerful, they're still far from being comparable to our long-established Tao civilization, Buddha civilization, and other powerful civilizations. You are right, and these evil civilizations are constantly at war with each other. It may not be easy to cooperate sincerely. Maybe they will start fighting themselves before we can take action. Indeed, these evil civilizations can devour each other, and the Abyss civilization is too domineering, and the power of the Abyss corrodes everything. I am afraid that other evil civilizations are also very afraid of the Abyss civilization. Just wait and see. Soon the Abyss civilization will become history. Even if it is not completely eliminated, it will be suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. It will become the target of public criticism and will not end well. Many cultivators are talking about it. They still feel that the Abyss civilization is nothing. Even if other evil civilizations help, it is not something to be afraid of. This means that evil cannot defeat good. However, if we have to say that a civilization can rival our Tao civilization, I am afraid it must be the elemental civilization. A monk said, "Elemental civilization? Is it the super civilization formed by the combination of the civilization of light, the civilization of darkness, the civilization of water, the civilization of fire, the civilization of earth, the civilization of thunder, the civilization of gold, the civilization of sand, etc.? This is an unprecedented civilization. Ordinary civilizations are composed of a single civilization, but elemental civilizations are composed of dozens or hundreds of civilizations. Their power is also unprecedentedly powerful. Indeed, if we just talk about power, population, and territory covered, I am afraid that even the civilization of Tao is far less powerful than the civilization of elements. Of course, it is not comparable. Elemental civilization is not a single civilization, but a collection of many civilizations. However, the civilization of Tao is just a single civilization. How can it be compared to a union like elemental civilization? It is precisely because of this that elemental civilization has become a serious problem for our Tao civilization. If the elemental civilization personally deals with our Tao civilization, there will probably be big trouble. Many monks are talking about it. They all believe that the elemental civilization is an extremely dangerous and powerful civilization, and it has a certain possibility of threatening the civilization of Tao. Because at this moment, the elemental civilization is too powerful. Whether it is population or territory, it occupies an absolute advantage. No, no, no. At this time, a cultivator shook his head and said, "On the surface, the elemental civilization looks powerful and invincible. Even the civilization of Tao seems to be no match, but this is just an appearance. The so-called elemental civilization is actually a federal country. Many countries and civilizations gather together and then set up a parliament to decide all affairs of the Federation. But it is precisely because the elemental civilization is too powerful, too bloated, and the most important thing is that there is no absolute ruler over the elemental civilization, which leads to them being scattered. It is said that during a war, the leaders of this group of elemental civilizations were still arguing at the rear and had not made a decision, which resulted in the disastrous defeat of the war. We must know that the war between civilizations depends to a large extent on the management. If the management does not have absolute strength, but is fighting among itself, like a loose sand, then failure will be a matter of time. He feels that the so-called elemental civilization is just a weak-looking giant. On the surface, it seems invincible. It can punch Xianxia Mountain and kick the kindergarten. But in fact, if it encounters a real-life and death battle, this union will collapse. Their destruction only happened in an instant. A ridiculous civilization that can't even integrate the internal forces of the civilization actually wants to challenge the power of the civilization of Tao. I don't know how far it is. Indeed, elemental civilization is indeed powerful, but it cannot be integrated internally and is full of contradictions. It is impossible to unify. They are a collection of many civilizations. They all have their own calculations, and they are all calculated for their own civilization. If they are fine during peacetime, if they encounter difficulties, they will probably split up immediately. If any civilization withdraws from the elemental civilization immediately, the disintegration of the elemental civilization will happen overnight. Indeed, such a civilization looks powerful, but it is far from enough to compete with us. Elemental civilization is really not something to be afraid of. Even so, it is still necessary to maintain a certain friendly relationship with elemental civilization. Many monks discussed one after another. Interesting. Furukawa touched his chin. The so-called elemental civilization is actually similar to the European Union in his previous life. It seems to be a complete organization, but in fact it is just a mess. Once they encounter an economic crisis, they will sweep away the snow. Unity is simply impossible. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1328. Having said so much, it means that you think the civilization of Tao is an invincible civilization, and no civilization can rival you. Furukawa raised his eyebrows. No, you can't say that. Although our Tao civilization is extremely confident, we are not arrogant. In fact, there are really some powerful civilizations that can rival our Tao civilization, and even threaten it. Our civilization. Some monks said solemnly. They are now serious, feeling that there are still powerful civilizations that can rival the civilization of Tao. Oh, what kind of civilization is it?
Furukawa asked.
The number 1 ranking is naturally mechanical civilization. A monk said solemnly. Mechanical civilization is a super civilization created by the master of machinery. Every robot has extraordinary computing power. Those mechanical gods even have heaven-level computing power, which is terrifying. If that's all, they can also unleash unlimited troops. As long as they have enough resources, they can create countless mechanical warriors. Moreover, mechanical civilizations are all ruled by mechanical lords. They can say what they say, and it can be said that orders and actions are forbidden. This is not comparable to a loose civilization like elemental civilization. They are powerful enough, incredibly intelligent, and capable of unlimited violence. They have almost no shortcomings. If the mechanical civilization competes with us, it will probably cause our Tao civilization to suffer heavy losses. Many cultivators couldn't help but nod, and their faces couldn't help showing solemn expressions. Mechanical civilization is indeed one of the most terrifying civilizations and can rival the civilization of Tao. Although most of the mechanical civilizations are robots, they are also just like real life. They have joys, sorrows, and joys, and they can also practice. Even because robots have innate computing power, their cultivation qualifications far exceed ordinary life, and they can evolve endlessly. Even pride is like the civilization of Tao. The monks also have to agree with the threat of mechanical civilization. Indeed, mechanical civilization cannot be underestimated. If we beings can rely on magic weapons and other external forces to enhance our own strength, then mechanical civilization has developed the power of magic weapons, machines, and so on to their peak. Is not that right? Just talking about technology, our Tao civilization is completely incomparable to it. It has surpassed us for unknown generations. We can only match it with magical powers, magic, formations, and other powers. There is no need to think about competing in technology. This is my old profession, and I am deducing and calculating all the time. We are now in the era of technological explosion, and it is difficult to compete with it. Even we have to use the technological products of mechanical civilization. It is said that the products of mechanical civilization have long penetrated all the worlds, and trade has spread all over the world. It is a well-deserved manufacturing center. If mechanical civilization were to end, all the worlds would probably be paralyzed. It has single-handedly provided countless technological products to all the worlds. Many cultivators were talking about it, and they all admired the mechanical civilization. This is definitely one of the super civilizations that can rival the civilization of Tao and should not be underestimated. But obviously the cultivators' words are not over yet. In addition to mechanical civilization, the second most threatening threat may be the civilization of beasts. Just after a while, the ascetic continued. The civilization of beasts is a powerful civilization created by Lady Nuwa. It integrates the power of many beast kings in the animal world and is almost a great supernatural power at the pinnacle of the way of life. This civilization is completely different from mechanical civilization. If mechanical civilization is the strongest in metal technology, then the beast civilization is the strongest in life technology. The civilization of beasts is also like a mechanical civilization, capable of unlimited violence, continuously giving birth to countless beast warriors and bursting out with terrifying war potential. In addition, the most terrifying thing about the beast civilization is its super adaptability. They become stronger when encountering a strong enemy. They can evolve into orc arms to deal with the enemy according to the enemy. This is simply a miracle of biology. He said that the civilization of beasts is also an extremely terrifying civilization, second only to mechanical civilization. It is definitely a serious problem for the civilization of Tao and has almost no shortcomings. Indeed, the civilization of beasts is also extremely terrifying. They are simply the pinnacle achievement of blood life. They can evolve countless blood life and can crush many civilizations just by relying on their numbers. If it's just the sheer number of people, there's nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing is their ability to evolve. They can evolve the means and power to restrain us anytime and anywhere. This is simply a miracle in the history of life. Is not that right? This is simply the pinnacle of the Tao of life, with an extremely thorough understanding of life. What only Lady Nuwa can do, she can create different lives at will. Many cultivators are filled with emotion, saying that the civilization of beasts is also extremely terrifying. It is definitely not at the same level as other civilizations. It is definitely one of the powerful enemies of the civilization of Tao. It is said that deep inside the civilization of beasts, there is a nest of life that can breed a steady stream of blood life. This is also the truly terrifying thing about the beast civilization. Ranking third is probably system civilization. The cultivator did not stop, he continued. It is said that this is a super civilization created by Fan Baoyan, the Lord of Magic Weapons. Originally, Fan Baoyan, the Lord of Magic Weapons, was just a chaos magic weapon, but with continuous cultivation and evolution, it has even evolved at this moment. At the level of the cosmic treasure, his strength is comparable to the title of Lord of the Universe. The The system civilization she created is even more terrifying. All beings living in the system civilization will be assisted by the power of the system as soon as they are born. They can analyze all the potential in themselves and deduce their future peak. It can be said that with the assistance of system power, the life of each system civilization is the sun of destiny, as if it has been favored by heaven and earth, making rapid progress. Even the power of the system is silent and extremely secret. It spreads to all the worlds like a plague. In fact, many living beings in the civilized world may have secretly obtained the power of the system. It is estimated that even our Taoist civilization and the Buddhist civilization are no exception. There may be spies from the systematic civilization. To a certain extent, the systematic civilization may be the most terrifying civilization. Many cultivators couldn't help but nod. It is indeed the case. Unlike mechanical civilization and beast civilization, system civilization is not just as simple as being powerful. The most important thing is that the power is secret and can be integrated into the soul of any life. Even a saint cannot detect the existence of the system. Because of this, the power of the system civilization can spread all over the world, and it is the strongest spy civilization. No one knows whether the people around them are spies of the system civilization. Unknown things are the most terrifying. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1329. At this moment, the discussions among the many monks in the tea house became more and more lively. In addition, the martial art civilization is also quite terrifying. This is the second system that is different from our civilization of cultivating immortals. The later the stage, the more terrifying the strength of the warriors becomes. They themselves are the most powerful magic weapons and can be broken by fists.
Sky.
Some people say that martial arts civilization is very scary. After all, Wu Patian, the master of martial arts, opened up a road that gave all living beings a second path to walk. This road is no less than the immortal path. To a certain extent, the emergence of martial arts, it can even threaten the status of immortal Tao. No. Martial arts civilization is indeed powerful, but its development time is too short, and practicing martial arts is extremely difficult. It requires super talents to reach the peak. It cannot compare with other civilizations. Some people shook their heads and felt that they were too optimistic. After all, the development time of martial arts civilization is still too short. There is no way to compare with the long history of the immortal civilization. The foundation alone is not comparable to the martial arts civilization. Maybe it may be very scary in the future, but now come that being said, I don't know how far off it is. You are right. The only civilization that can compare with the martial arts civilization is the witchcraft civilization. It is said that the great god Pangu reappeared in the Six Paths universe and personally participated in this Six Paths God War. Someone said mysteriously, breaking the earth-shattering news, indicating that the great god Pangu had returned to the Six Paths of reincarnation and even became the lord of the Witch Clan, leading a group of Witch Clan to conquer the heavens and the world. No way. If the great god Pangu comes in person, then the witch civilization will definitely be our biggest competitor. Who doesn't know the terror of the great god Pangu? Yes, great god Pangu is the deputy city lord of Chaos City and is also the second most powerful chaos demon god in history. Even the three major titles of our Tao civilization, the Lord of the Universe, are incomparable. Indeed, to this day, no one knows what level of cultivation Pangu has reached. Maybe with his strength, he can conquer all the gods. It's so foul, why even the great god Pangu participated. Many people were shocked. They were all shocked that the great god Pangu participated in this Six Paths God contest. The civilization of the formation is also very terrifying. They have multiplied the art of formation to its peak state. Their body itself is a super formation, swallowing the air currents of heaven and earth. The poisonous civilization is also unfathomable. They have mastered the power of countless poisons. Their toxins are so terrifying that they can kill even saints and even the Lord of the universe. If you are not careful, you'll be poisoned. The puppet civilization should not be underestimated. They have forged countless puppets and used them to fight remotely. To a certain extent, they can compare with mechanical civilization. The power of the civilization of runes is also extremely terrifying. The power of runes has been demonstrated in our civilization of Tao. They have mastered the pinnacle of the avenue of runes. Many Taoists are talking about it. They are all talking about the civilizations of all the worlds, saying that the power of each civilization is unfathomable and must not be underestimated. Although some civilizations are not as good as Tao civilization in terms of overall strength, they are truly in battle. These civilizations can definitely cause serious damage to the Tao civilization. After all, after the power reaches a certain level, it will have a restraining effect. Sometimes, no matter how powerful the power is, it is useless, and it may be killed by some small means. When it is reached after reaching the level of civilization, no matter what you do, you need to be cautious. You must not underestimate any civilization, otherwise it will be a disaster. Interesting. Hearing the constant discussion of these monks, Furukawa smiled slightly. Although these guys have low cultivation, they are all network keyboard warriors, presidents per capita, and they can point out the country at will. Even if some people's remarks are very ridiculous and childish, but that doesn't mean their words are unreasonable. To a certain extent, their words represent the public's perception. In an instant, Furukawa's avatar quickly dissipated and disappeared in front of everyone. And the people around could not notice Furukawa disappearing at this moment. They even completely forgot that there was once a person in this place, and they also forgot that they had talked with Furukawa, as if nothing happened just now. At this time, Furukawa's spiritual consciousness has returned to his original body. After this period of investigation, he found that the trial world of the 6 paths contesting gods was extremely lively. These gods had begun to show their strength and wisdom, guiding powerful civilizations one after another. It had to be said that each of these gods had extremely high talents, and they had led to countless powerful civilizations, some of which even surprised him. This is also good for him. After all, the more powerful a civilization is born in the 6-path universe, the stronger the power of the 6-path universe will be. In fact, the two complement each other and are indispensable. I wonder who will win this time? Furukawa is very curious, because even he can't deduce which civilization will win. After all, there are so many factors that affect the future, they are simply countless. Even a prophet can't deduce the picture of the future. But he doesn't care too much. After all, no matter which civilization wins or which god gets the 6 paths of God, he will always be on top. Even the more powerful these gods are, the better it is for him, and the more they can enhance the 6 paths of reincarnation. The power. After all, these gods are actually part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seems that there is no problem in the other world. Furukawa sensed the situation in the other world and immediately felt very satisfied. There were no accidents in the 6 paths contest of gods in the other world. Everything was carried out according to the normal arrangement. Now he no longer needs to pay attention. As long as the time comes, many 6 paths gods will be selected. It can be said that the most important thing now is what happens in the surface world. After all, the 9 masters and many external masters of the universe are causing trouble in the surface world, and I don't know how many arrangements they have secretly arranged. A terrible method. Although it is only the outer world and has no way of affecting the inner world, if things get serious, it may even affect the inner world. By then, the inner world may be noticed by the masters, so he must be wary of this matter and never let the other world be discovered by the 9 masters. The most important thing now is to delay time. We must not allow huge turmoil in the outer world before the end of the 6 paths contest for gods, and we must not let the 9 masters know the true situation of the inner world. Furukawa touched his chin. thinking about how to solve this problem. After all, the more critical the time is, the more unpredictable factors will arise. In this case, I will personally exit and enter the watch world. Furukawa's eyes showed a glint. He decided to appear in the surface world in person, stir up the endless storm, and attract the attention of the 9 masters. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1330. At this time, in the surface world, deep in the void, the 9 masters seem to be awakening at this moment. Wave after wave of tao-ending power spreads out everywhere in the six-path universe, as if every force has stood at the end of the road, representing the origin itself. This is the invincible power of the 9 masters to suppress Hingu. As time goes by, their power becomes more and more terrifying. Even the original power of the 9 masters has been integrated into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Basically, everyone can practice cultivation, and many of them have unfathomable cultivation. Unlike a world without spiritual energy, once evil ghosts appear, mortals can only be slaughtered. So these evil ghosts appear in hell. Although it caused a huge disaster, there was no one-sided massacre. Many practitioners directly stood up to fight against it. The damn evil spirit actually escaped from hell and immediately went back to hell. Yes, hell is the place you should stay. If you dare to appear in the human world, you are asking for your own death. Take action immediately to seal these evil spirits and send them back to hell to be punished. Many cultivators roared angrily. Although they have encountered many evil ghosts, after practicing for many years, they are still not afraid and will not be caught off guard. Dong dong dong. In an instant, many cultivators and evil ghosts, the war broke out immediately and spread all over the world. Earth-shattering battles between evil spirits took place everywhere. But how could the method of controlling the tomb of Chaos God be so simple? This time it tore apart hell and released countless evil ghosts from hell. Naturally, it was more than that. The most important thing is that it brought many of the dead from the god's tomb into the 6 paths universe. At this moment, it also summoned all these terrifying dead from the cosmic sea and completely awakened. Wake up and go and completely destroy heaven. The ruler of the Chaos God's tomb pointed lightly, and the countless dead from the Origin Continent's God's tomb who were hidden under the 18th level of hell suddenly began to wake up one by one. Click, 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 click. On the earth of hell, suddenly, terrifying corpses appeared one after another. Each corpse seemed to be endowed with rich original energy, as if it was struggling to climb out of the world of death. Each corpse was filled with unfathomable aura and power, and seemed to be twisted. This chaotic time and space makes the whole hell tremble and buzz. These corpses are the fallen of the most powerful men after countless reincarnations in the universe. Their corpses were collected by the tomb of the Lord Chaos God and integrated into the tomb of the god. Then they were refined into puppets. At this moment, under the influence of the power of the tomb of the Lord Chaos God, these corpses began to wake up one by one, showing their invincible style. They were all the geniuses of the era, and their cultivation had reached the realm of the Lord of the universe. And this power is more terrifying than the power that appears in the Chaos God tomb in the outside world. It is simply the end of the elite. The geniuses of the Origin Continent of various eras have been resurrected in this era. I saw these corpses standing in place one by one, originally godless. The eyes seemed to have regained a little brilliance at this moment, and they also began to slowly recover their own memories. Well, am I dead? It seems that I remember that I was beheaded by the Master and died in one encounter. Yes, we did die, but we were resurrected, and our power did not disappear. It was the Lord of Chaos Tomb who took action to pull us back from the world of death and gave us the power to survive. If the Lord wishes, We will sleep forever and never wake up again. What's interesting is that it was the Lord who resurrected us. Although we are still in a state of death, our souls are still alive. It's really interesting. What does the Lord want to do by expending so much effort to resurrect us? It seems that we want to destroy the superpower of this universe, heaven. The Lord requires us to kill all the gods of heaven in this universe and completely destroy the living power of heaven. Since it is the Master's order, then go and destroy the heaven.
Many corpses are talking about it.
Although they have restored their memory and strength in life, they are always controlled by the tomb of the Chaos God and have become the puppets of death. They are already slaves of the tomb of the Chaos God and are controlled by the tomb of the Chaos God. After the order was given, the geniuses of these eras began to take action. At this time, the gods of hell also naturally sensed the changes under the 18th floor of hell, and their faces changed drastically. At this moment, they also regained their freedom of movement and strength. Damn it, those horrible creatures under the 18th floor of hell have awakened, and they're going to come out of it. This is the power that comes from the tomb of the dominant Chaos God. They are all the geniuses of the era who fell from the origin continent. They have been resurrected in the Six Paths universe and are trying to destroy the heaven. They must not be allowed to leave hell, otherwise the entire world of Six Paths will be devastated. You are right. All these fallen strong men must be suppressed in hell, otherwise our heaven will be completely destroyed, and we must not let such a thing happen. The expressions of many hell gods are extremely solemn. They can feel the terror of those strong men under the 18th level of hell. At least they are all in the realm of the Lord of the Universe, and there are many who are called the Lord of the Universe. This is the Lord of Chaos, the horror of the tomb. If evil spirits come out of hell, they can be solved with the power of the human world. But if the strong men in these tombs come out of hell, they will really be unable to withstand it. It will be an unimaginable catastrophe. The mere appearance of such a strong man from the tomb of gods will cause a huge disaster to the world of Six Paths. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1334. Originally, these hell gods wanted to personally take action and use secret techniques to capture all the evil ghosts and return them to hell to save this catastrophe in the human world. But how could the Lord of the Chaos God's tomb let this happen? He immediately summoned the strong men from the god's tomb, resurrecting these terrifying strong men who had been dead for who knows how long. In this way, these hell gods are forced to the point where they cannot leave hell at all. After all, compared to the ordinary evil spirits in the human world, the powerful ones resurrected in the tombs of these gods are the real thorn in their side, and any one of them will cause horrific disasters. Even these hell gods are completely helpless at this moment, because their cultivation time is still too short. How can they compare with these terrifying strong men who have practiced and don't know the years of reincarnation in the universe?
Boom.
At this moment, a figure appeared beside many hell gods, filled with an unfathomable aura, as if it was the master of heaven and earth, the existence that dominates everything. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When many hell gods saw this, they immediately raised their hands and saluted respectfully, because the figure that appeared here was the Emperor Furukawa. Although this was not the real body, just a clone. But it was also the Emperor of Heaven, just like the Emperor of Heaven's true body had arrived. Dominate the tomb of the Chaos God? It was really a good idea to actually release these prehistoric strong men and resurrect these strong men from the tombs of gods. Furukawa stood with his hands behind his hands. He sensed that in the world below the 18th level of hell, countless prehistoric strong men were immediately born, and corpses crawled out of the coffins. The number of these prehistoric strong men was compared to when he was promoted to Lord before. He had more than 1,000 times more. It can be imagined that the main force that rules the tomb of the Chaos God has all entered the Six Paths universe, and the corpses in the outside world are just a small part. After all, the Six Paths universe is the real universe. The main battlefield is where all the energy of the ruler is. Lord Emperor of Heaven, now the Lord of Chaos God's tomb has awakened the lords of the universe from the God's tomb. The number is simply countless, and we cannot resist it at all. A Hell God said helplessly. Although after such a long time, they have been promoted to the realm of the Lord of the universe, but no matter in terms of quantity, cultivation, or combat experience, they cannot compare with these prehistoric strongmen. If it is true if they were to compete head-on, they would probably be defeated in one encounter, leaving them with no power to fight back. Don't worry, they're just corpses that have fallen for unknown ages. Let them be completely buried in hell. Furkawa said lightly. If he had not been promoted to the Master Realm, he might be helpless against this situation, but after being promoted to the Master Realm, his strength has increased many times compared to before, and he can use more methods. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a book from his body, which was a book of magical powers.
What?
Many Hell Gods couldn't help but look at it. This was a black, strange book of magical powers, filled with the endless evil aura seems to be the most evil aggregation in the world. Even if you take a look at it, your soul will be corroded. Even if they are promoted to the realm of the Lord of the universe, they cannot resist this terrifying and evil erosion. This power can simply distort their souls and bodies. When they took a closer look, there were 4 big words written on this book. Book of Weirdness. Book of Weirdness? When they saw the title of this book, the bodies of all the Hell Gods were shocked. They have also lived for countless epochs, so they naturally know what weirdness is. It is a terrifying existence born in the ancient times. It is a combination of concepts and rules. The body is an immortal and terrifying evil god, born from the fear of endless life. Even today, after the grotesque has disappeared for countless epochs, grotesque legends are still everywhere in every corner, and there are still countless lives hiding the fear of the grotesque. Because these are immortal beings, and even the Lord of the universe cannot completely destroy them. At that time, weirdness was rampant and evil gods were everywhere, almost causing unimaginable ancient catastrophes. In that era, no one knew how many chaos demon gods fell because of evil gods. Even when hell was broken for the first time and evil ghosts came out of hell, it was those evil gods who did it. It was an unimaginable horrific disaster, and even the chaos demon god felt fear and despair. Fortunately, the Emperor of Heaven took action to prevent that catastrophe of heaven and earth. Finally, the Emperor of Heaven sealed all these immortal grotesques, and it is said that they were sealed in the Book of Weirdness. Moreover, this book has been in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven since ancient times, and has never been born once. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven wants to use these weird powers to compete with those prehistoric strongmen? The hearts of many Hell Gods moved, and they couldn't help but think of this. However, deep in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a trace of worry. That is, do these evil gods, these monsters really have the power to compete with those prehistoric strongmen? Because times have changed. In the ancient times, saints were extremely rare beings. If you want to be promoted to the realm of saints, you don't know how much effort and time it takes. But now, saints can be seen everywhere, like weeds, only in the universe. The Lord can be considered a strong person. And those evil gods that have been sealed since ancient times, if they were placed today, I am afraid that any Lord of the universe could kill these evil gods dozens of times. Now the Emperor of Heaven, if these evil gods were released, wouldn't it mean that these evil gods would die? However, deep down in their hearts, although they doubted the power of those evil gods, they did not say anything, because anything they said would question the decision of the Emperor of Heaven. This is a big taboo. But before these Hell Gods could think anything, Furkawa took action. With a wave of his hand, he immediately released the Book of Weirdness.
Wow.
In an instant, the Book of Weirdness was opened and opened. Countless pages, Each page represents an evil god, which is the extremely terrifying power of the evil god. Suddenly, billions of evil gods appeared everywhere in hell, and the whole hell was filled with the extremely terrifying power of the evil god, which seemed to be twisted. Countless laws of heaven and earth. Haha, it's out. We are finally out. After being stuck in this book for so long, the owner finally asked me to wait out it. Freedom, freedom, this is what freedom tastes like. Jia, the power of fear. I can feel the power of fear everywhere in the world. It is much stronger than in ancient times. Wonderful, wonderful, so wonderful. I feel that the power within me is growing rapidly. Many evil gods were very excited, like prisoners who had just escaped from prison, enjoying the excitement of freedom. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1335. What? The moment these evil gods appeared, the hairs of many hell gods stood up. They felt every pore, cell, and hair on their bodies tremble, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. They sensed the terror of these evil gods, which contain the power of the law of origin. They seemed to be the aggregation of the laws of evil gods, possessing the power of evil gods to corrode everything. These evil gods are already part of the law and contain immortal bodies. The most important thing is that their power is enough to threaten themselves, and their numbers are unimaginable. They are simply not comparable to the gods of hell. How can the power of these evil gods be so terrifying? At least they are at the level of the Lord of the universe. A hell god couldn't help but swallowed. According to records from the ancient times, although these evil gods are powerful, they are only in the realm of saints. The strongest one is the Hongmeng saint, although this kind of strength was extremely powerful in the ancient times. But nowadays, with saints emerging one after another and the Lord of the universe running rampant everywhere, this kind of strength is nothing. But what happened now? The power of these evil gods is actually no less than them, and even more terrifying. There is nothing surprising. The power of these evil gods comes from the fear of all living beings. The stronger the fear, the more powerful they are. A hell god's eyes showed a glimmer of light. That is to say, their power is actually closely related to the power of all living beings in the six realms, and is inseparable. In the ancient times, the power of these evil gods was only in the realm of saints, because the sentient beings in the six paths of that era were only saints. But now times have changed. Countless saints have been born, and even many lords of the universe have been born. The foundation of the entire six paths universe has improved many times. As the terrifying evil gods born from the six paths universe, the lawful beings born from the fear of all living beings in the six paths, their power will naturally be promoted. This kind of lawful life has almost no bottlenecks. Not to mention that they are tempered by the Emperor of Heaven, tempered day and night, and it is natural for them to be promoted to this realm. There is nothing surprising. It expresses its speculations. This. The gods of hell immediately understood the meaning of their companions. Obviously, the power of these evil gods is closely related to the living beings of the six paths. The stronger the living beings of the six paths, the stronger the power of the evil gods. The evil gods do not have any cultivation bottlenecks. As long as they are powerful enough, you'll be promoted immediately, and there's no need to practice step by step and be promoted hard like ordinary beings. Of course, such a physique will cause the evil gods to have an upper limit. If the power of the six-path living beings weakens and the power of fear weakens, their power will also weaken. Subsequently, they will decline and even continue to fall into the realm. But no matter what, if the sentient beings of the six paths remain strong, these evil gods will also be extremely powerful, even more powerful than the ordinary Lord of the universe. There is no doubt that this is one of the ultimate weapons in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven to fight against the evil god legions of the Nine Masters. As expected of the Emperor of Heaven, his background is so profound that he is no less powerful than the Nine Masters. Although those prehistoric strong men are incomparably terrifying, the evil god who rules life should not be underestimated. When two strong men fight, it is not known who will win and who will lose. And haven't you noticed? The number of evil gods is also much greater than in the ancient times. There are many unknown and unheard of evil gods. This is also a normal thing. After all, with the development of the times, no one knows how many weird things have been born. These weird things have evolved into evil gods and then added many pages to the Book of Weirdness. The stronger the times, the stronger the Book of Weirdness. Is this the horror of this book of supernatural powers? Not only that, this book is immortal, it is an immortal book of magical power. Many hell gods admire Furukawa so much. They have long known that the Emperor of Heaven's methods are unfathomable, and his background is not much inferior to that of the Nine Masters. Although the cultivation time of the Emperor of Heaven is not as long as that of the Nine Masters, and he does not have as much accumulation as the other party. But the Emperor of Heaven found another way and used other means to catch up with the Nine Masters at once. This weird book alone is an unimaginably powerful army of evil gods. After all, these evil gods are extremely powerful. Each one is no less than an ordinary lord of the universe, and there are many of them. Although those prehistoric strong men are powerful, they may not be able to match them. Go ahead and destroy these corpses. Whoever gets the most credit will be the king of evil gods. Furukawa said lightly. What? As soon as these words came out, all the evil gods went completely crazy and were extremely excited. You must know that countless evil gods were born in the Book of Weirdness and formed the world of evil gods. All of these evil gods are how could these rebellious evil gods be convinced by other evil gods? In order to compete for the position of leader, they basically launch wars and fight every day. But until now, these powerful evil gods still have not decided the winner. But now it is different, as Furukawa, the owner of the Book of Weirdness, naturally has the power to decide the king of the evil god clan, which means that after this war is over, the evil god clan will have a king. Jia, I must be the king of the evil gods, and I will definitely be able to lead the evil gods. These prehistoric corpses are mine. Leave them all to me to destroy. You can just watch the show. Look at your paralysis. Get out of here. These corpses are mine. Let me kill them. A group of weak evil gods dared to compete for the throne, and they simply did not know how to live or die. Many evil gods began to go crazy. They all stared at the prehistoric strong men in front of them, as if they were food on the table, and they wanted to devour them immediately. And these strong men, who climbed out of the tomb of the gods, were all extremely powerful. Dissatisfied. Interesting. These damn creatures seem to treat us like a dish. They are just some monsters from the countryside. Where have I ever seen a real top powerhouse? Although I have been dead for many years, I never expected that I would be underestimated to this extent. Let these humble creatures see what a real strong person is. Stupid natives, who have never seen the brilliance of the sun, think that the world is only the size of the wellhead. Many strong men crawling out of the tomb of the gods stared at these evil gods. All of them were extremely arrogant. After all, they were all geniuses of the era. They once dominated an era, but they were monsters killed by billions of geniuses. There is no such thing. If they had some ability and talent, they would not be favored by the tomb of the Lord Chaos God, and they would even be refined into puppets to pull them back from the world of death. Each one of them would emit unimaginable law fluctuations. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1336. Rumble. In an instant, These top experts who crawled out from the tomb of the gods took action instantly, showing unparalleled power. At least they were at the level of the title of Lord of the Universe. Fortunately, the Six Paths universe has already evolved to a level comparable to that of the Origin continent and can withstand even the battle fluctuations of the Lord. As for the combat power of the Lord of the Universe, it is naturally not a problem. Therefore, even if there is a battle with the title of Lord of the Universe, it will not be able to damage Hell much or tear it apart. In fact, even the Lord can only tear apart Hell for a short time and cannot cause permanent damage. After a while, the cracks in Hell will automatically restore to the original state. Immediately, these top experts took action, bursting out with terrifying power, which could definitely blow up ordinary universes. Some of the top monsters were no less powerful than the Nar, the destroyer of all creatures, the Brain Eater, and other top titles, such as the Master of the Universe. But these evil gods were not afraid at all. They pounced on them and fought hard. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, these evil gods immediately exploded, fell into pieces, and were completely destroyed. The stupid indigenous gods actually want to fight with us. They are simply overestimating their own capabilities. Seeing this situation, one of the top strong men sneered, feeling that it was an easy task for him to kill some indigenous gods with just a few moves, and it was nothing at all. But before it could finish its triumph, it originally planned to the evil gods that were torn apart actually turned into countless wisps of black mist and gathered together again, unscathed. What? Many powerful gods in the Tomb of Gods were shocked, and their pupils shrank. They clearly felt that they had killed these evil gods in front of them. But why? It is simply unbelievable that evil gods can be reborn so quickly. And it is not just as simple as rebirth. After being reborn once, the power of these evil gods increases at a geometric rate and even continues to approach their power levels. Their eyes suddenly change. Get serious. Xianxia is really a strong enough opponent. He is worthy of being the top powerhouse born in the Origin continent. Unfortunately, it is of no use to us at all. We are monsters, evil gods, and immortal beings. No matter how many times we are killed, we can be reborn again. You are right. As long as the power of fear in all living beings does not disappear, we will be stronger and continue to get stronger. Many evil gods said with a smile, their power is constantly rising. Hateful. Some of the powerful Tomb of Gods gritted their teeth. They couldn't help but feel a trace of fear deep in their hearts. How could a monster of this level be born in the world? It's simply unbelievable. It doesn't matter if they can't be killed, but every time they die, they will continue to becoming stronger. What kind of monster is this? It is simply impossible for them to defeat such a monster. But when the fear was born deep in the hearts of these powerful gods, these evil gods became even more excited. They felt the endless, huge power. Power surged over. Yes, that's it. The more afraid you are, the more power you will provide us. If you leave behind the seeds of fear, you will no longer be our opponent. Be obedient and become the food of our evil god. Many evil gods rushed over and were unyielding. Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two sides, and the battlefield spread all over the hell. There were roars everywhere. It was simply an epic battle. Good. Seeing this situation, Furukawa smiled slightly. After countless epochs of evolution and his promotion to the realm of domination, the power of the Book of Weirdness has also increased to an unprecedented level. The evil god, Legion, was born from the Book of Weirdness, have been able to match these strong men who crawled out of the god's tomb, even if they are not the opponents of these god's tomb's strong men for a short time. But as time goes by, these evil gods will continue to gain the upper hand, and they are fully capable of defeating these strong men from the god's tomb. The strong men who climbed out of the tomb were suppressed in hell. Of course, these strong men from the Tomb of Gods are extremely powerful and are the geniuses of the era. They are not easy to defeat and kill, even monster-level evil gods. But for Furukawa, as long as these powerful Tomb of Gods are suppressed in hell and are not allowed to leave hell, it will be the greatest victory, and they will not be allowed to harm other worlds in the Six Paths universe. And this scene was naturally noticed by the 9 masters. Haha, Tomb of the Chaos God, your undead army seems to have been resisted. It seems that the so-called undead army is nothing and cannot shake the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation at all. The dominating rune beast burst out laughing. It felt very happy when it saw the tomb of the dominating Chaos God shrunk. It's not a big deal, I've already expected it. But after hearing this, the Lord of Chaos God's tomb said calmly, if just one undead army can compete with the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, then we don't need to have such a headache. Many masters are speechless and can't say anything to refute. If the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is really so easy to deal with, why would they bother so much? Now that I have exhausted all my means, it can be considered that I have exposed part of the strength of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation and resisted part of the power of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. The rest will be left to you. Chaos God's tomb smiled slightly, indicating that he had already activated his backup plan, and then left it to other masters to take action. Damn it, this old fox. The other masters bared their teeth. How could a majestic master use all his means? He must still be left behind. No special means have been used yet. Obviously, the Tomb of Chaos God is not only guarding against the Lords of Six Paths of Reincarnation, but is also guarding against them. Even in this situation, it still has its own backup plan. After all, once it is killed after killing the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the next step will be a battle between them. There is only one being who controls the authority of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. But since even the Tomb of the Chaos God has taken action, there is no reason for them to continue to hide it. Let me take action next. Those strong men imprisoned in the cage are already eager to come out, and let them cause a scene in the Six Paths universe. At this moment, the Lord of Infinite Prison spoke. Its voice contained an inexplicable flavor, and it seemed to have the power to imprison the origin of everything. What? As soon as these words came out, many lords were shocked. They did not expect it at all. These ancient masters actually took action first and led them. This is unprecedented. After all, in the past era, these ancient masters would never take action if they could not take action. They were too lazy to kill. But now, every one of them takes action. It's really incredible to be extremely proactive and take the initiative to ask for help. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1337. Rumble. The moment the Dominator Infinite Prison appeared, the entire Six Paths universe underwent tremendous changes. 9 huge cages appeared in every corner. And these 9 cages exude ancient, immortal, dark, evil, and other auras, and are engraved with dense runes of origin. It seems that countless monsters are roaring, deafening. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Countless monsters roared deep in the cage, as if they had been imprisoned for countless years. Their only hope now was to come out and see the light of day again. If any nearby life hears even a little bit of the roar of these monsters, their souls will be completely shattered into pieces, and the surrounding chaotic void will be distorted. This dark and evil force will erode everything. Click, click, click. Immediately, the 9 infinite cages finally opened at this moment. The monsters deep in the cages were all extremely excited. They seemed to sense the long-lost air and long-lost sunshine. Each and every one of them couldn't wait to crawl out from the depths of the prison, destroying everything they saw. At this time, the gods in heaven were naturally aware of the 9 prisons that suddenly appeared. Damn it, what is this and why did it appear suddenly? The face of a god changed drastically. It felt a fatal crisis. If the monsters in the prison were to come out, it would probably cause chaos in the world and the death of countless lives. It seemed that every monster in these prisons was extremely terrifying and contained the intention of destroying the world. The terrifying power of destroying the universe is simply not comparable to that of ordinary universe masters. According to the intelligence, I am afraid that this is the method used by the Lord of the Infinite Prison. It is said that these cages contain countless immortal monsters. It is estimated that the Lord of the Infinite Prison wants to release them all now. The expression of the other god was extremely ugly, because even if you think on your knees, you can imagine the horror of this scene. After all, these monsters are existences that even the master cannot kill, so they can only be imprisoned and sealed in a cage. They are just how could an ordinary lord of the universe be able to contend with such a terrifying monster? Damn master, what should we do now? Now I can only look at the Emperor of Heaven. I hope that the Emperor of Heaven has the means to fight against these monsters. There must be no problem. How can the Emperor of Heaven's methods be beyond our imagination? Even these immortal monsters are easy for the Emperor of Heaven to clean up. Many gods in heaven are talking about it. They are simply helpless to deal with this situation. After all, this is the Master's method, so how can they resist it? Now, they can only place their hope on the Emperor of Heaven. If even the Emperor of Heaven cannot resist it, then the entire heaven and the entire world of 6 realms will be completely destroyed. So that's it. Is it the Lord of Infinite Prison who has taken action? Are you planning to free the monsters from the prison? Furukawa, who was sitting deep in the heavenly court, immediately sensed this change. He sensed 9 prisons appearing in the 9 corners of the 6 Paths universe. And each prison was terrifying and boundless, and he didn't know who was being held there. There are so many immortal monsters, some of which are difficult for even the Lord to kill, and are extremely terrifying. Now the Lord's infinite prison wants to release these immortal monsters. It is obvious that he wants to muddy the muddy waters of the 6 Paths universe. Let the entire 6 Paths universe fall into a state of chaos and destruction. The most important thing is that this is a test to test how much strength he still has. If he cannot resist it, I am afraid that the 9 masters will swarm up and completely destroy the entire heaven. These monsters must not be allowed to wreak havoc in the 6 Paths universe, but dealing with these immortal monsters requires some special means and cannot be fought head-on. Furukawa touched his chin.
Wow.
Thinking of this, he flashed and returned to his study. This is the study of the Lord of Chaos City and the God of Creation. It contains unfathomable secrets. I saw this. The study room at this moment is filled with densely packed books of magical powers. The number of these books of magical powers has reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, each book of magical powers represents a supreme doomsday-level spell. The books contain a huge universe with unfathomable power. In fact, these magical books are Furukawa's true heritage and can compete with the armaments of the 9 masters. After all, the gods in heaven still have too much time to practice. If it is short, it is impossible to compete with these super monsters who have practiced for countless years in the universe. But these magical books are different. They are one of the spells created by Furukawa. As Furukawa's power continues to increase, its power is also constantly improving. Just like the original Nar, there are countless doomsdays wrapped around its body. Each doomsday is a spell. It often does not need it to take action personally. These doomsdays will swallow up countless universes. This is the terror of the power of magic. If it grows to its peak state, it will be no less than tyrannical civilizations. Who of you wants to deal with those monsters coming out of the infinite prison? Furukawa smiled slightly. As soon as these words came out, the countless magical books in the study suddenly became excited and extremely lively. Master, let me out, let me out. I will definitely beat those monsters to pieces. You're right, let me go. Those monsters of the cosmic sea are not surprising at all. Let's see how I defeat them. Come on. I am the Book of Fire. I can burn all life. Even the bodies and souls of these monsters can be burned away without leaving any bones. I am the Book of Water, which can bring the doomsday flood, submerge everything, and be submerged in the sea. They will never surface and can only be suppressed in the world of water. Get out of here. I am the Book of Petrification. I can petrify all life. I can turn these monsters of the cosmic sea into stone sculptures, which can be used to decorate the heaven. I am the Book of Space. I control the power of all spaces and dimensions. I can attack and kill my opponents across countless dimensions. It is impossible for those monsters in the cosmic sea to withstand my attacks. Many magical books were chirping, and they couldn't wait to leave the study. After all, they had been left in the study for too long, and they had long wanted to go out and see the outside world. Now that they have this opportunity, everyone wants to catch them. After all, if you leave this village, there will be no such store. Interesting, let you go out then. Furukawa touched his chin, grabbed it with his big hand, and touched several magical books from his study. They were clearly the Book of Sealing, the Book of Reincarnation, the Book of Devouring, and the Book of Petrification. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1338.
Crash.
The next second, Furukawa waved his hand and immediately threw the 4 books of magical powers out, across countless voids, and threw them directly in front of the 9 cages. I saw that these 4 books of magical powers also divided into 9 clones, arriving in front of these cages. At this time, countless monsters have crawled out from the depths of the cage. We're out. We're finally out. How long have we been detained? I don't know anymore. Being imprisoned in it, I have lost my sense of time. I'm afraid at least hundreds of millions of cosmic reincarnation years have passed. Billions of years of reincarnation in the universe? What a long, terrible time it has been. If the gods in heaven do not know this, then they will not know who the traitor is at all. It is very likely that they will be betrayed by the traitor at a critical moment, resulting in helplessness. The failure of redemption. However, the gods in heaven cannot know this, but the Lord of Inner Demons can. It controls the inner demons deep in the hearts of all living beings. As long as it is willing, it can listen to the voices of infinite sentient beings and know the innermost thoughts of infinite sentient beings. The secret of the place. So, once the Lord of the Inner Demons takes action, it is simply a piece of cake to find the puppets controlled by the dominating figure beasts and rune beasts. It is really childish. For the Lord of the Inner Demons, this is simply something as simple as drinking water and eating. Okay, that's up to you. Furukawa smiled slightly. He was very confident in the Lord of the Inner Demon. After all, the Lord of the Inner Demon was not an ordinary chaos demon. Yes, Lord City Lord. In an instant, the Lord of the Inner Demons was extremely excited. Due to Furukawa's restrictions, it could only stay in the cross-universe chat group and peek into other people's chats, but could not do anything. But this does not mean that it lost despite its fighting power. It is still one of the most terrifying chaos demon gods in the Age of Chaos. If Furukawa had not taken action to seal it, its reputation would have long been resounding throughout the world. And as a chaos demon god, it has the blood of fighting flows, and it still longs for a dripping battle. Obviously, fighting the master now is simply what it dreams of.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the Lord of the Inner Demon takes action, and its power instantly covers the entire six-path universe. The voices of countless sentient beings, and YW's voice began to vibrate back and forth in its mind. The voices of its inner demons are simply many times more terrifying than Xuanfeng's ears, because it can listen to the voices of all sentient beings, just like God listens to the voices of its own believers. Moreover, the voice of its inner demons is even more terrifying. Even if others do not pray, as long as it wants to hear it, it will definitely be able to hear it. I want to get rich, make money, make a lot of money. The widow next door is so beautiful. I want to marry her. I must stand out and impress those guys who look down on others. Revenge, revenge, I want revenge, and kill his whole family. In an instant, the endless voices of the inner demons emerged like a tide from the depths of the sea of consciousness of the Lord of the inner demons. If it were an ordinary person, hearing such voices of the inner demons would be like the whisper of an evil god. Completely crazy, but for the Lord of the inner demons, it is normal. Its ability to process these sounds is comparable to the gods of the mechanical race, and its computing power is comparable to the laws of the universe, and it can easily handle everyone's inner demons. It can clearly sense the voice of every living being. Without this ability, it would not be able to become the tool spirit of the cross-universe chat group. After all, there are too many people who use the cross-universe chat group every day. There are more than trillions of people, and the amount of data processed every day is unimaginable. If it were not for the special ability of the Lord of Inner Demons to process data, the cross-universe chat group would have been down long ago. Jia, I found it, I found them all. Those are the believers of the Dominator Rune Beast and the Dominator Figure Beast. I can hear the voices of these believers' inner demons. Jia, the Lord of Inner Demons, smiled and said with great excitement, "Its ability is simply the best ability to find traitors. No one can hide its perception, especially when it is promoted to the peak title of Lord of the Universe. This kind of its ability is even more invincible. Except for the Lord, no one can block its power. Its power is pervasive. Fall into your inner demons, face your own desires honestly. Don't suppress your nature. I am your true self." The power of the Lord of Inner Demons is pervasive and spreads to every place in the Six Paths universe. Rumble. The next second, the countless puppets that dominated the figure beasts and rune beasts were stunned. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, and they were simply unable to move. Because at this moment, they felt the inner demons deep inside their bodies gushing out, and the endless power of the inner demons enveloped the depths of their consciousness. Even if they become puppets, their souls are still there, just controlled by the power of the master, so inner demons can still be born. In an instant, these puppets felt that they seemed to have fallen into an endless illusion. They were fantasizing about the world of their own demons and were completely immersed in the world of their own demons. Because this is a special dream, it can fulfill all their wishes. Whether it is getting promoted and making a fortune, marrying countless beauties, raising countless handsome men, becoming a saint, becoming an ancestor, or attaining immortality, all can be realized in the world of dreams. They have been completely immersed in the illusion of inner demons, unable to extricate themselves, and unable to leave the world of inner demons. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1342. What? This scene was naturally perceived by the Nine Masters. How can it be? The Dominator Picture Beast and the Dominator Talisman Beast were still feeling triumphant, contentedly watching their subordinates begin to cause trouble in the Six Paths universe and watching the gods in heaven being distressed. They also thought of a series of ways to alienate the gods in heaven and planned to stage a good show of betrayal. But how could they have imagined that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation actually had such a method to catch all their men with one move, causing them to fall into the illusion of inner demons? It can be said that this move most of their methods have been destroyed, and their faces are half green with anger. To be honest, they have lived for such a long time and have never eaten anything like this. This really makes them angry to death. Of course, eating deflation is not the most important thing. The important thing is that after their methods are abolished, they will not be able to force the Lord of Six Paths of Samsara into a desperate situation, and this will also lose their face. After all, they were so proud before and boasted that they thought they could force the Lord of Six Paths of Samsara into a desperate situation. It's easy to get into desperate situations, but who would have thought that the other party would destroy their methods with just a few moves? He actually used the power of inner demons to break our power. The methods of this Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation are really endless, which is really beyond our expectations. The Dominator Talisman took a deep breath and suppressed the anger deep in his heart. After all, as a Dominator, he cannot let his reason disappear due to a temporary setback. Especially at this critical moment, the less calm he is, the more likely he will be. You may be defeated. And if you fail, you may never be able to stand up again. This is a life-or-death moment. We did make a mistake this time. We didn't expect that boy to master the power of the inner demon to such a level, almost close to the law of origin. The Dominator figure beast gritted its teeth, but it had nothing to do. To be honest, their methods are indeed extremely clever. If they were other opponents, they would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, they encountered Furukawa, who has countless methods. So no matter how powerful they are, now I can only suffer. I have long said that this kid is not that easy to deal with and must not be taken lightly. The Dominator Giant Axe laughed. How can you possibly deal with the real top experts using such conspiracy-like methods? It's just making people laugh. A real battle still requires a head-on confrontation and the use of absolute power to crush in order to win. This is conspiracy, using power to suppress others, and it will be useless no matter how many tricks the opponent uses. It exudes an extremely powerful aura, as if it wants to tear apart this chaotic time and space. Everyone can feel the extreme sharp power on it. Because it is the representative of the power faction, it looks down on the rune beasts and a little trick like a picture beast. Crushing with absolute power? It's better to say it than to sing it. If it could be done, we would have done it long ago. It would be your turn. The Dominant Talisman beast sneered. Who doesn't know how to use strength to suppress others? This is the simplest way. The problem is that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is not a persimmon that can be picked casually. It is not so easy to crush. If one is not careful, he will be killed. They will be crushed back, and the gains outweigh the losses. So they try various plans and strategies. Haha, just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. This time, I will let you see what it means to be the general trend and invincible. The giant axe of the master is still extremely confident. Its confidence comes from its own invincible power, which is no less than that of other masters. This time, we don't need to take action one by one. There is no point in doing so. The remaining masters will take action together, leaving this kid in a state of distress. I would like to see how many methods he has not yet used. The Lord of Vientiane Castle sneered. It felt that if it attacked one by one, it would only be defeated by the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Only by attacking collectively and attacking from all sides could the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation be caught off guard. Just let me go first. My blood slave can't wait for a long time. The Master of the Bloody Basin said with a smile. It chose to take action first because it couldn't hold it any longer and couldn't wait to compete with the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. It couldn't suppress the fighting blood in its body. Rumble. In an instant, a bloody mouth appeared deep in the void of a certain six-path universe, and deep inside the bloody mouth seemed to be a huge nest. And inside this huge lair, there are densely packed space worlds, and countless blood-colored monsters live in these space worlds. The next second, these bloody monsters simply came out in full force, attacking towards the area ruled by heaven, destroying everything wherever they went. Any life that comes into contact with these bloody monsters will be devoured cleanly, leaving no bones left. This is simply a bloody natural disaster, like the end of the world, destroying everything. This scene was immediately discovered by the gods in heaven. Damn it, there was something strange happening in that bloody lair, and countless bloody monsters flew out from it, and they were killing madly towards where we were. The face of a god changed drastically, feeling the fatal crisis. These blood-colored monsters are not that simple monsters. They seem to be more terrifying than the Zerg. They devour everything they see, whether it is life or matter. Wherever they go, the place simply turned everything into nothingness and chaos, and many substances entered their stomachs and were transformed into abilities. These are the minions that dominate the Bloody Mouth. They are simply natural disasters that destroy many worlds and many universes. Super monster. Even in the space sea, it is a terrifying existence that makes people fear. We wanted to destroy this bloody lair before, but we failed several times. This is the method left by the master, and it is not something we can match. We have never taken any action before, but now we finally see it. The other god couldn't help clenching his fists. In fact, they discovered these bloody nests all over the Six Paths universe from the beginning, but they tried their best and couldn't eradicate these bloody nests. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. We can only seal this bloody lair and retreat all surrounding life, lest the monsters inside appear and be killed. But it is different now. After receiving the order of the master, these bloody monsters dormant in the lair they came out in full force and appeared with a large army. It can be said that they showed an overwhelming momentum. Even all life in the chaotic universe would be destroyed and completely killed by these bloody monsters. They are simply bringing about the end of the world. Messenger, ring the bell for the end of the universe. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1343. Oh, has the Lord taken action? At this time, Furukawa raised his eyebrows. Of course, he sensed the appearance of those blood-colored monsters. These blood-colored monsters were the subordinates of the Dominator. When he was promoted to the realm of domination, he had encountered the obstruction of these blood-colored monsters. However, these blood-colored monsters are indeed terrifying, and they cannot be dealt with by anyone who is not the top lord of the universe. Even in absolute numbers, these blood-colored monsters can even completely devour the universe overlords and enter their stomachs, so it is called a natural disaster. It must be said that these bloody monsters are indeed extraordinary. If he did not encounter the Nars at the beginning, but encountered these bloody monsters, I am afraid that the chaotic universe would have been finished long ago, and he would never survive today. But there is no if in this world. Well, other masters also took action? Just when Furukawa was about to take action, something moved in his mind, and he sensed that huge changes had occurred in other parts of the Six Paths universe. Obviously, the master who took action this time was not just the Bloody Mouth, but also other masters. Both sides took action at the same time. Seems to want to make him miserable. It's interesting to see what methods they want to use. Furukawa smiled slightly. He stopped temporarily, wanting to see what methods the other masters wanted to use. Anyway, this is just a surface world, a completely illusory world. So, no matter what happens in the surface world, it cannot affect the real world. In itself, it is as if no matter how fierce the battle is in the game world, the real world is still calm and will not have any impact. This is the same reason. Therefore, he is very calm and relaxed now, and he is sure of victory, and he is not afraid at all of the power of the Nine Masters. What kind of irreparable damage has been caused by the Six Paths universe? On the contrary, he is very much looking forward to the Nine Masters using all their methods. In this way, he can delay time to the greatest extent and let the Nine Masters fall into the anxiety of the war and be unable to extricate themselves. Since you, Bloody Mouth, have also taken action, my giant axe cannot lag behind. Let me also come and meet the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation to see what that kid is capable of. The Dominator's giant axe laughed.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
In an instant, in the depths of the chaotic void of the Six Paths universe, huge giant axe nests cracked open, looking like beehives, and each depression was a vast world. After countless years of accumulation, this lair has given birth to countless terrifying weapon monsters. After receiving the order from the master, they simply came out in full force. Immediately, weapon monsters crawled out one after another, sword path monsters, gun path monsters, etc. It seemed that every weapon path formed a powerful race. Unimaginable sharp power emanates from them, and it seems that any existence that stands in front of them will be torn apart by the sharp power on them. Even if they were standing still, the ubiquitous sharp force would still cut apart the chaotic spacetime in all directions, causing dense spacetime cracks to appear. It is conceivable that these weapon monsters are terrifying. Each of them is a martial arts master who has mastered the ultimate way of weapons. They are no less powerful than any cultivator. After receiving the order from the Lord, let us take action to destroy heaven. After waiting for so long, is it finally time for us to take action? My hands are already itchy. I have long wanted to compete with the indigenous strongmen of this universe. Only fighting is the meaning of our family's survival. If we don't break out in the battle, we will perish in the battle. Destroying the resistance of all the indigenous people in this universe and dedicating this universe to the Great Master is the meaning of the existence of our race. Any enemy who tries to stop us will be killed without mercy. Many weapon monsters roared. They were extremely respectful to the Lord's giant axe because the other party was the god of creation who created them. In an instant, under the command of the Lord's giant axe, these monsters climbed out of the lair and fought towards the heaven, destroying worlds one after another along the way. Naturally, it was impossible for all living beings in the six paths to be killed at the first glance. Under the leadership of the gods in heaven, they began to block the invasion of these monsters, and both sides immediately an endless, decisive battle took place. The flames of war in the entire heaven were suddenly ignited by the giant axe of a lord. Jie, I didn't expect that all of you are so impatient. How can such a good show lack my gray eyeballs? Let the natives of this universe see the horror of the evil Eye clan. The master's gray eyeballs smiled arrogantly, and a terrifying and extremely evil aura permeated from it, as if that eye was the most evil existence in the world. Just by looking at it, you will be cursed and lose all your lifespan and soul. Blah blah blah. In an instant, countless evil eyes poured out from everywhere in the six-path universe. In fact, they had long been hidden in various places in the six-path universe, but they had not started any big actions and were waiting for the opportunity. Although some evil eyes occasionally appear in the human world, there are only a few here and there. But it's different now. The Evil Eye clan simply came out in full force, completely displaying the combat power of the entire race in front of all sentient beings in the six paths, and scrupulously displaying their unparalleled evil eye power. At this moment, densely packed evil eyes appeared in the sky of every world. Although each evil eye is not very large in size and cannot compare to the sun hanging high in the sky, each evil eye is extremely terrifying and contains the most evil power. When these evil eyes appeared, they simply blocked the sky. Endless dark power surged from them, completely covering the entire sky. This also plunged countless worlds into absolute darkness. Countless beings could no longer see the sun at all, and could only see terrifying evil eyes hanging high in the sky. Jie, stupid life, this world, this universe is ruled by our Evil Eye clan. From now on, there will be no sun, no moon, no stars in this world, only the Evil Eye. As long as these mortal things look at us, they have to sacrifice their lives, souls, and everything. Completely enslave these lives and become the food of our Evil Eye clan. There are countless races in the world, but only our Evil Eye clan is aloof and lives in the eternal sky. Many evil eyes smiled slyly, and they began to occupy one world after another, causing massacres in many worlds.
Boom tilde tilde.
Suddenly, many worlds immediately suffered huge disasters, and countless lives disappeared under the power of evil eyes. Ordinary life cannot stop the power of the evil eye. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1344. Since you have all taken action, it is naturally impossible for me to hide my clumsiness. Let this native of the Six Paths universe experience the power of the most top civilizations from all the heavens and worlds, from the cosmic sea. The castle that dominates Vientiane has also taken action.
Wow.
In an instant, golden balls of light appeared everywhere in the Six Paths universe. Each golden ball of light was like a supreme universe, containing unimaginable secrets of power. Vaguely, the depths of this ball of light were literally inhabited by countless lives, and there were civilizations living inside, top civilizations from the cosmic sea. Obviously, these golden light balls are the real trump card power that dominates the Vientiane castle. It has collected countless top civilizations in the cosmic sea. Any civilization that has developed to its peak level will be noticed by Vientiane Castle and collected into the castle. And these civilizations have become one of the most important forces in the hands of Vientiane Castle. They are not only ornamental things but also knives in its hands, knives that can kill other civilizations. Go ahead, completely occupy this universe, seize all the luck of this universe, kill all the life in this universe, seize this universe to please me. The voice of the master of the Vientiane castle came out, buzzing, and it was like a heavenly constitution. Many civilizations also suddenly sensed the master's voice and received the master's order. The master's order came down, instructing us to destroy all life and all civilizations in this universe. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes a moment to deploy it. We have received the favor of the Lord for countless years of reincarnation in the universe. Now is the time for us to repay the Lord. We are just aboriginals of the chaotic universe, not worth mentioning at all. We are one of the strongest civilizations in the universe sea. Wherever we go, we are simply invincible and no one can resist us. In an instant, these top civilizations and top forces from the cosmic sea immediately descended, appeared in the vast worlds, and began to attack and kill all living beings in the Six Paths. An earth-shattering battle immediately broke out between the two sides. The collective action of the four masters also brought huge pressure to the gods in heaven, unimaginable pressure. After all, the power of the masters and the background of the masters are too terrifying, and they are not a being that they can match. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the enemy's offensive is too fierce. We are simply retreating steadily. Even if countless heavenly soldiers and generals come together, we are no match. If this continues, the enemy may soon attack the heavenly side. A god quickly transmitted a message to Furukawa's spiritual consciousness. The subordinates of these masters are really terrifying. The foundation of the six-path universe is still a little too shallow. If there is not enough time to practice, they will naturally be suppressed and beaten, and they will retreat. Even if they lean in no matter how hard they try, they are no match for these masters. In fact, if they hadn't been prepared, they would have set up large formations one after another in various places to hinder the progress of these enemies. In addition, the Six Paths universe, the area is extremely vast, and I am afraid that these enemies have already attacked the heaven. However, even so, there are beacons and wars everywhere in the Six Paths universe. It doesn't matter, they're just clowns. I'll send some helpers to help you. Furukawa stood in the study, calm and relaxed. He naturally sensed the situation in various places in the Six Paths universe. Indeed, the current situation is extremely critical and precarious. At this time, the countless magical books in the study were all excited. Master, send me out, send me out. Those guys from the Book of Reincarnation and the Book of Sealing are simply stealing the show, and our strength will not be lost to them. That's right, they are just a group of outsiders. We are the Book of Divine Powers, peerless magical powers born from the Six-Path universe. We contain the original power of the Six-Path universe. It is easy to defeat these guys. If we were to take action, those enemies would be nothing to mention. Many magical books were chirping. In fact, the reason why these magical books are so powerful is not only because of Furukawa's relationship, but also because they are magical techniques born from the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Every magical technique Dharma represents the original power of the six-path universe. Therefore, their power in the six-path reincarnation will be greatly improved, as if they have been blessed by the original power of heaven and earth, making their power extremely terrifying. No less than at the peak, he is titled as the Lord of the Universe, and is even more powerful. It can be said that each of them is the son of destiny, and the son of destiny in the six-way universe. They are born from heaven and earth, just like those magic weapons conceived by chaos. Do you want to take action? Then let you go. Furukawa touched his chin.
Wow.
With a wave of his hand, many magical books on the bookshelf immediately flew out. They were scattered to various places in the Six Paths universe, occupying an area. In an instant, the Book of Fire, the Book of Water, the Book of Earth, the Book of Wood, the Book of Gold, the Book of Puppet, the Book of Darkness, the Book of Death, the Book of Era, the Book of Creation, the Book of Destruction, the Book of Disaster books, and other magical books immediately appeared everywhere. They unscrupulously displayed their invincible magical power. They were masters of magic and magical powers, containing unimaginable terrifying power. It was simply earth-shattering. Haha, a bunch of idiots. I am the Book of Fire, the void-devouring flame, the pure lotus demon fire, the golden emperor burning heaven flame, the flame of creatures, the 8 desolations destroying flame, the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, the red lotus karmic fire, and many other strange fires in the world. The strongest man, who controls the power of the origin of fire, you will be completely wiped out by the power of my heaven and earth fire. The Book of Fire laughed. It first appeared in front of those bloody monsters. As soon as it appeared, the book was opened, and every page represented a kind of strange fire from heaven and earth, containing the infinite power of flame destruction. Rumble. In an instant, the endless fire from heaven and earth spread out, covering hundreds of millions of light years in a radius, overwhelming the sky and the earth, as if endless fire of destruction fell from the sky and the earth. Even though these blood-colored monsters are extremely powerful, and they are the men who dominate the bloody mouth, they are difficult to resist in the face of these heaven and earth strange fires and heaven and earth tribulation fires. Wherever these flames go, they simply make all the bloody monsters disappear into ashes. Even if they are tainted with a little bit of the power of the alien fire, their bodies and souls will be completely destroyed, leaving no bones left. What? Seeing this scene, the hairs of many of the Lord's subordinates stood up. They had no idea that this world had such terrifying power. It was simply frightening. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1345. I am the Book of Thunder, mastering many different types of divine thunder in the world, including Imu Divine Thunder, Gungjin Divine Thunder, Kueishui Divine Thunder, Binghua Divine Thunder, Void Divine Thunder, and 10,000 Tribulations Divine Thunder. I use the power of thunder to annihilate all ominous things. The Book of Thunder also took action. Rumble. I saw the Book of Thunder opened, and every page inside contained a kind of divine thunder of heaven and earth. Countless kinds of divine thunder of heaven and earth gathered together. That is a supreme tower. Thunder Universe. In this Thunder Universe, there are countless thunder creatures. They are lives condensed from various thunder powers. They are born with the origin of thunder. The next second, countless thunder creatures emerge from the sky. It struck down in the void, striking hard at many weapons and beings, showing the unparalleled power of thunder and boundless terror. Suddenly, the men who dominated the giant axe felt the fatal crisis, and their faces were extremely ugly. Damn it! How could this book have such terrifying power? This is the power of thunder, and it is also the power of heavenly punishment. As we are metal beings, the power of thunder can restrain us. Fart is just the power of thunder. How can it cause any harm to us weapons and beings? Even the power of Thunder Tribulation can't stop us from moving forward. Now that the Thunder Tribulation has come down, I will chop up the Thunder Tribulation and destroy this book of magical powers. I will see who else can block the path forward of our weapons clan. Many weapon beings were talking about it. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and they felt a huge crisis, but even so, they could not destroy their confidence. After all, although power can be mutually reinforcing, it is not absolute. Just like water can extinguish fire, but if the power is strong enough, the flames can also evaporate water and turn it into mist. But obviously, the power of these weapons is not strong enough. Countless thunders descended from the void, forming the boundless sea of thunder. It can be said that this area has been completely covered by countless thunders. All life that enters this thunder prison will be chopped to death and wiped out in ashes. Even the title of Lord of the Universe cannot withstand this. The power of the Thunder Tribulation of heaven and earth is like countless lives going through tribulation. Regardless of their level of cultivation, they will be chopped to death alive. This is the terror of the Book of Thunder. Its strength is no less than that of any peak-titled king of the universe. The Lord is even dozens of times more powerful. He is the being who holds the authority over the laws of heaven and earth. Gaga, you group of outsiders actually dare to come to my Six Paths universe to run wild. You simply don't care about life and death, trying to test the power of my Book of Disasters. The Book of Disasters chuckled. I am the book of supernatural powers that controls all the catastrophes in the six-path universe. Human catastrophe, ghost catastrophe, divine catastrophe, three-life catastrophe, underworld catastrophe, demon catastrophe, nine-nether catastrophe, life and death catastrophe, reincarnation catastrophe. All the disasters in the world start and end with me. You foreigners are all responsible for me.
Crash.
The next second, the pages of the book are opened. Every page is a kind of disaster. This is one of the most terrifying forces in the universe. It is like the immune system, clearing out all harmful substances to the universe. And disasters, the book has mastered part of the original power of the immune system of the six-path universe. One can imagine how terrifying the power of disaster is. Immediately, various disasters came down, covering countless evil eyes. This kind of the power of disaster is simply terrifying, and there is no way to get rid of it. Once targeted by disaster, unless it survives the disaster or dies, the disaster will never disappear, but will become stronger and stronger. It is becoming more and more irresistible. Many evil eyes sensed the endless power of disaster and suddenly felt extremely fearful, and their pupils shrank. Damn it! I can feel the endless calamity between heaven and earth being imposed on me. It's as if heaven and earth are going to completely expel me from this world and won't allow me to continue to live in this world. What kind of magical book is this? It can actually control the power of endless disasters. No. I have never seen this so-called power of disaster, but I have never seen a power of disaster so terrifying that even the Lord of the Universe cannot resist it. Yes, the Lord of the Universe has long been invulnerable to all disasters. How can ordinary disasters affect us? It can only be said that this is the catastrophe of the six paths of reincarnation, which is equivalent to the catastrophe of the origin continent. The power of the catastrophe has increased to an unimaginable level, and even we can be killed. It's ridiculous. The force of disaster wants to kill us, the Evil Eye Clan. Don't even think about it. You are right. We, the Evil Eye Clan, are the noblest race, and even disasters cannot destroy us. Many evil eyes gnashed their teeth and tried their best to resist the power of the Book of Disaster. I am the Book of Death, controlling the death of all living beings. The Book of Death said calmly, all living beings, civilizations, the world, and even the universe will enter death. The destination of all things is death. Fall into death. Death is eternal peace, and no one can avoid it. The Book of Death was filled with endless aura of death, and the whole body was filled with black mist. It suddenly covered an area of hundreds of millions of light years. And in this area, it was like a world of death. In general, countless weeds and trees quickly withered, and the power of death eroded the surrounding area. Immediately, the Book of Death was opened, and pages appeared on it, and each page was a kingdom of death, with countless people living in it. Endless life of death. Dong dong dong. In an instant, countless death gods crawled out from the Book of Death. They were holding sickles and wearing black cloaks, filled with the terrible breath of death. Like the army of death, they began to harvest countless lives. At this moment, these death gods crawled out from the Book of Death and suddenly collided with countless civilizations under the control of Vientiane Castle and launched an earth-shattering battle. If we say Vientiane Castle, these civilizations under my command are one of the top civilizations in the universe C, representing the ultimate of life, and the god of death crawling out of the kingdom of death is the ultimate of death. This power is opposite and completely different from the power of civilization. And facing this kind of power, many civilizations seem to have encountered fate and are about to fall into the destruction of the era. This is the prosperity and decline of civilizations. In fact, it was not just these magical books that took action. Many magical books from the god of creation study took action completely, showing earth-shattering power to compete with the men of these masters. The battle between the two sides was simply earth-shattering, with the sun and moon dimming and the earth shaking. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1346. At this time, the faces of the 9 masters were also extremely solemn. They also sensed the fighting situation between these magical books and their men. They were fighting fiercely with no winner or loser. Damn it, this Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation really has such a profound background. Even if we use all our men, we can actually resist it. What a joke. The giant axe of the master gritted its teeth. It simply couldn't believe what it saw. The 8 masters had previously joined forces to display their own methods. They originally thought that this time it would be absolutely foolproof, and it would definitely make this kid confused and worried. What is the use of saying these words now? This is to boost the enemy's ambition and destroy one's own prestige. The most important thing now is to find a way to deal with the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation and destroy the destiny of heaven. Otherwise, heaven will be the protagonist of heaven and earth, and we will be the protagonist of heaven and earth. No one can take away the authority within it. The Lord of Vientiane Castle gritted its teeth. It felt that there was no point in continuing to complain like this. The most important thing now is to find a way to counter the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation and let the opponent die without a burial place. Otherwise, if this continues, they will die without a burial place. Out of the instinct of domination, it senses that if it continues like this, it will be extremely dangerous, and it seems that it will be completely doomed in a short time. The problem is, now that we have tried all our methods, we have been resisted by that kid. Unless we take action personally, we can still break the situation. The Master Giant Axe said helplessly. They naturally want to take action personally, but in fact it is not time yet, because the source of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation suppresses them too much, making them unable to exert their full strength. The only way is to further eliminate weakening the power of heaven's destiny will fragment heaven's forces and weaken their suppression so that they can really take action. Otherwise, if their true bodies appear, they may be beaten by the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and they will naturally not be able to do such an extremely stupid thing. There's no need to worry. In fact, the general trend is still in our hands, and nothing has changed. The Lord of Eternal River said calmly. Although the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation seems to be blocking our means, it is only blocking, and it has not been eliminated. Indeed. Hearing this, the other masters also nodded unanimously. Although the methods of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation are very terrifying, he has used magical powers and magical books one after another. But how can their methods be so easy to master? Blocking? In other words, the power of these magical books can only block their subordinates, and there is no way to completely eliminate them. It can be said that the two sides are in a balanced situation, and no one can do anything to the other. So, they are not at a disadvantage at the moment, they just say that the current situation is not as good as expected. After all, their previous plan was to destroy the heaven with all their might. But now it seems that they still take it for granted. The opponent's background and strength cannot be underestimated. It's not that it can be dealt with simply. But if you think about it carefully, this is a matter of course. After all, this is an existence that can force the 9 masters into desperate situations. They are simply monsters that have never been seen in ancient times. If they're so easy to deal with, you will wonder if something went wrong, and if there is some unimaginable conspiracy. It seems that the key to our victory still lies in the Sons of Chaos. Using the natives to deal with the natives is the most correct way. The Lord of Eternity said calmly. Haha, our methods still worked. Indeed, although our backhand can no longer play any role, the same is true for the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and most of his methods have been disabled. The key to victory or defeat now is those Sons of Chaos. No matter how much our power has contained most of the combat power of heaven, if they take action again, it will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Let these Sons of Chaos take action immediately. Now is the best time to overthrow heaven. If you wait for heaven's power to recover, there will no longer be any chance. Don't worry, the power of those Sons of Chaos has been accumulated to a very strong level now, and it is impossible for the heavenly court, which is already full of holes, to resist them. Many masters laughed. Their plans were step by step, with endless means. Even if this method failed, there would be other means to follow. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1350. Rumble. In an instant, all the 9 masters took action, controlling these Sons of Chaos scattered throughout the 6-path universe, and ordered these Sons of Chaos to start a war and attack the heaven. Immediately, the spirits of many Sons of Chaos were shaken. They acted instantly, as if they had received a revelation from somewhere. They were all extremely excited. Haha, there is no law in heaven. The heaven and earth are warning, the evil ghosts in hell are all out, and rebel kings are everywhere. Heaven is already in dire straits, and is unable to monitor the world. Now is the time for us to revolt. A Son of Chaos was very excited. To be honest, he had been waiting for this moment for too long. Before, the power of heaven was too strong to monitor the world. Even if there was a slight rebellion, it would be suppressed instantly. The so-called rebellion against heaven is just a joke. All the rebel kings are like bereaved dogs, hiding in the depths of darkness, not daring to show up at all. But it is different now. The heaven and earth are in chaos, hell is empty, all the evil ghosts have come out, the world has been turned upside down, and most of the power of heaven has been used to suppress these evil ghosts and demons. At this moment, the heaven is simply in a state of turmoil. It is also the weakest moment in billions of epochs, and it is also the best opportunity for them to rebel. If they miss this opportunity, they may be in trouble in the future. There will never be such a good opportunity again. This is also the time for them to move from darkness to light. You are right. At this moment, heaven has lost the power to monitor the world and has completely lost its ability. Heaven and earth no longer have a master. This is a great opportunity for us to overthrow heaven and carve up the world. Once successful, he will be the next Lord of Heaven and the next Emperor of Heaven. A Son of Chaos clenched his fists, his eyes showing blazing ambition. You know, the previous heavenly court suppressed countless immortals and could not hold their heads up. Countless ambitious people could only follow the rules of heavenly court and do things with peace of mind. There was no way at all. dare to cross. But now, heaven has been devastated by natural and man-made disasters and has lost its power as a central government. In other words, Qin has lost its deer, and the whole world is chasing it. Now every race and every force has the opportunity to become anew. Every generation of heavenly court has the opportunity to become a new heavenly emperor. This is something you cannot describe in words. After all, this is the Lord of Heavenly Court. This is the Heavenly Emperor, who rules the entire six-path universe, is the co-master of infinite life, and enjoys eternal lifespan. Immortal. With one order, countless lives fell to the ground to supervise the gods. Just think about it, and you will feel what a great honor and what a great power. This is many times better than the secular emperor. This is a true emperor. To put it 10,000 steps back, if you can't become the Lord of Heaven or the Emperor of Heaven, then it would be a good thing for them to separate themselves into one side and become an emperor. Being a local emperor is also a very good thing. In short, countless ambitious people began to take advantage of the chaos, separatist forces, and became princes one by one. All kinds of rebels came out from all directions. But has heaven really lost its power? If this is just an illusion, heaven has made a trick just to trick us out, and then we will be in trouble. A son of chaos said cautiously. After all, heaven has ruled the 6 universes for too long, more than billions of epochs. All sentient beings in the 6 paths are under the rule of heaven as soon as they are born. They have become accustomed to heaven's rule. They are used to the rule of heaven and are in awe of the power of heaven. They are most aware of the unfathomable power of heaven. So they can't believe that such a powerful heaven will collapse in a sudden. They always feel that this is not possible. What conspiracy is going on inside? Don't worry, I have received a warning from heaven. Heaven has long been torn apart because over the years, heaven has fought in the north and south and has offended countless cosmic forces. A son of chaos said solemnly, "It can be said that there are countless dark forces hidden in the 6 paths universe, and they have long been eager to overthrow the rule of heaven and replace it. Although the power of heaven is indeed powerful and can suppress the 8 wastelands and sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. No matter how powerful heaven is, it can still stop those hungry wolves in the darkness." That's right. I have received the news that the gods in heaven have been trapped in the heaven and cannot come out at all. Now the human world, the animal world, and even the heaven are in chaos. Even if the gods know that we are rebelling, they can't. Taking action personally, they could only watch the situation continue to deteriorate. Another son of chaos said triumphantly, "Haha, to be honest, I have long been dissatisfied with the heavenly court. It has actually set up many heavenly court commandments that do not allow us to do this or that." Another son of chaos laughed arrogantly and said, "As a saint, or even a god, is actually restricted by these ridiculous laws of heaven. Even killing a mortal will be judged. This world should be one where the weak prey on the strong, with the strong standing tall and enslaving all the weak. There is no reason for the strong to be enslaved by the weak. It is simply a joke. I want to restore the chaos, killing, and respect for the strong that existed in the ancient times. The so-called heavenly court, the so-called heavenly law, do not need to exist at all." He has long been dissatisfied with the various precepts of heaven, because these laws of heaven are of great benefit to mortals. After all, these laws of heaven restrict those top powerhouses from using their power and restrict them from doing evil. He feels that these so-called laws of heaven are the article, is simply a restraint. Even the saints and gods can't kill mortals at will. Is this a joke or something? If he can't do whatever he wants after becoming a saint or a god, then he still has nothing to cultivate. So, he thinks that heaven it has hindered his way of cultivation and is the public enemy of all saints and gods. There should not be such an organization in the world that is aloof and unscrupulously restricts the power of the strong. You are right, the weak and the strong are respected. This is the basic law of the world. To do this in heaven is simply against the truth of the world. It is against heaven. From now on, I will kill whoever I want. Whoever dares to disobey our will die. No force will ever stand up for these ridiculous mortals. Without heaven, all mortals would become lambs, and we could always be high and enjoy glory and wealth. I want to separate one side and establish a country that belongs to me, and no one can interfere. Many sons of chaos were talking about it. They were all very excited and started to attack the heaven. They even continued to organize one side and occupy one area after another. And their power was also growing. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.